Welcome to the Children and Family Affairs Subcommittee Summer Study. We're going to start with a prayer with the representative. Let's all stand with Representative Brickham.
People's business, Lord, and we just trust that you'll always be with us in our hearts and minds. Yes, it's all in your name. Amen.
Amen. And let's remain standing for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. And while we're still standing, let's take a moment of silence for Dan Lee, who was a sergeant at arms in the Senate. He passed away this morning, so let's take a moment of silence for him, please. Thank you. Ben, would you take the roll, please?
Representative Brickin.
Here.
Eldridge.
Here.
Gillespie.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
Stewart. Chairman Littleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any personal orders before we get started? I have one. I have Emily Blackmar, who is with our radio station in Dixon County here today. So let's welcome her. Emily, glad you're here. So good morning. And today is Tuesday, September 21st, and we welcome the Children and Family Affairs Subcommittee Summer Study Hearing. I look forward to a productive day discussing foster care and adoption issues. The ultimate goal in bringing everyone together today in this meeting is to hopefully bring to light issues that we may be able to fix through legislation this upcoming session year. On that note, during all of our discussions today, testimony and questions and comments from members of the committee must stay on the topic we are here to meet on. We will begin discussing House Bill 908 by Chairman Doggett. And I want to remind the committee and members that we will not be taking any legislative action on this bill today. We merely would like to study this bill to see how we can fix the problem and this bill addresses. So the House Bill 908, I'm just going to read like the beginning of it. As introduced, permits a person who has been accused of child abuse or neglect or sexual abuse to petition the court with jurisdiction over the allegations and order the Department of Children's Services to identify the reporter for good cause shown, prohibits the department from accepting reports from which the reporter refuses to provide the reporter's name and contact information. So with that, Chairman Doggett, you are recognized.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Yes, thank you.
We're glad you're here.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for doing this summer study and involving our bill, House Bill 908, in this study this morning. I've got a few remarks that I'll make, and then I've got some folks here that I think would like to share some comments with the committee in regards to this. But this bill is something that and we went over this back during our, when we were in session and presented this in committee. This is a bill that I've had some personal experience with in my time in law enforcement, as seeing firsthand how sometimes reports are made to the Department of Children's Services in regards to a child's well-being or suspected abuse, or different allegations in which an agent of the state is escorted by a law enforcement officer to a home to follow up on this suspected report of abuse, and get there to find out that there is no signs of neglect or abuse that's happened. And during that time, when I was in law enforcement, it was, even though an agent of the state, all they were simply requesting was for a welfare or for an escort to conduct this welfare type check, it was intimidating to the persons in whom were being investigated, the respondents on this. And so saw that first-handed. Also, have seen where and learned where cases where people would use the anonymous reporting system to perhaps report or make false reports on spouse, ex-spouse, ex-partners, guardians, or grandparents of children in an attempt to harass. And so what we wanted to do with this legislation, and there's really no easy way to do it from our study and research, what we found, but we really want to focus more on the confidentiality of that, like how in law enforcement, when someone makes a complaint or allegations against someone, their information is kept confidential. Just like with adult protective services in this state, when someone makes a report there, their information is kept confidential. And just like it is with DCS reporting right now, it is also confidential, but there's also an avenue for anonymous reporting, which in many cases can be a good thing. It can be very helpful, but I also think that it could be damaging, and I've got some folks here today that are going to share some of their stories with that. But quite simply, we went through most everything back in a lengthy discussion back during session. But I will, if it's okay at this time, turn it over to my folks here and let them testify, if it's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
So, Susan Curley, would you come forward and state your name for the record and who you're with, please?
My name is Susan Curley, and I'm a resident of Lawrence County. Do you just proceed with my statement? Okay, thank you. I'm here today to ask you to make necessary changes to Tennessee law regarding reporting of suspected cases of abuse and neglect. Those changes include removal of the anonymous reporting protections for instances of suspected cases of abuse and neglect, a review of policies pertaining to what constitutes a legitimate case of suspected abuse and neglect, and taking necessary steps to ensure that parental rights and child rights are protected. For my family, the flaws in the current system became clear in late January of 2020. I received a call telling me that we were under investigation for suspected abuse and neglect. I was also informed that my 12-year-old daughter had been interviewed by a male investigator the week prior, without another adult present during that interview process. Furthermore, I was told that we would need to submit to a forensic interview in our home. To say I was shocked or stunned would be a gross understatement. We were essentially assumed guilty until we were able to prove ourselves innocent. I immediately sought to understand what prompted this investigation. The investigation started because a note had been found in a desk that my daughter sat in for 1 hour during the school day. Other children used that desk. It was not her primary place for attending school. I asked to receive a copy of that letter. Several things stood out immediately. This wasn't my child's handwriting. We compared it to multiple samples out of a notebook. There were references to a brother. She doesn't have a brother. There were many things in this that were immediate red flags. I alerted the school administrator, and she agreed. What she did is she asked for further writing samples from the students. It also came to our attention that when that initial call was made, though, to DCS, it was made clear that they were not sure who wrote this letter. The teachers weren't sure, nor was DCS, yet my family was the only one under investigation. So not only did that concern us about our family now being under investigation, but now there's the potential that maybe a child that was at risk was going to go unchecked. No one else was being explored, just our family. Luckily, like I said, an administrator intervened, obtained writing samples, shared those with the investigator, and ultimately our family was cleared. So we were rather fortunate. Ultimately, the issue was closed. But unlike other families who have been through a similar process, our family was spared from having to incur expenses of an attorney, and we were not subjected to what I believe to be further unconstitutional searches. Amendment 4 states that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effect against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. No one had probable cause supporting by oath or affirmation to question our adolescent daughter. No one petitioned a judge and provided sufficient evidence under oath. The case was loosely circumstantial and filled with flaws. Yet my 12-year-old daughter was questioned by a man without another adult present. That alone should concern you. She had no idea why she was being singled out, removed from her class, and questioned by an older man she did not know. She also did not know or understand why she was being questioned in such a manner. There was no record of the questions or responses or recording, no video or transcripts or notes made available to us after it was closed. Not only do I feel like our rights were violated, my child was put in a potentially dangerous situation. No child should ever be interviewed by an adult of the opposite sex without another adult present, and the interview should always be recorded or properly documented. Furthermore, all those documents need to be made available to parents. If anyone is going to report a family for suspected abuse or neglect, they must be willing to stand behind those accusations, not hide behind anonymity. Families have the right to face their accusers just like anyone else. Families forced to incur legal expenses or have their children removed are entitled to not only face their accuser, but to recoup those damages. The anonymity clause creates an environment ripe for abuse, retaliation, and targeting. We're in precarious times where opinions are strong and passions high about a number of things that are very polarizing. That bias and subjectivity can easily enter the picture, knowingly or unknowingly. Will parents be reported now for not giving their kids a vaccine or a vaccine booster? I mean, that's just one example. Would that be constituting neglect? Would that be neglect in someone's eyes? We must ask these questions. Bottom line, state resources should not be expended without just cause. Are there legitimate cases? Absolutely. But those resources need not be diverted away from those who need it most. While some may say the duty to report and subject families to invasive investigations is justified, I disagree. If it were really about the safety of children, similar standards for reporting, investigating, and prosecuting would be followed in all areas where children have been victims of abuse and neglect. That, however, is not the case. In speaking with the DCS liaison in our area, I conveyed a concern over instances that I'm aware of where children were subjected to abuse and neglect. However, these situations occurred while children were in the care of public schools in Tennessee. I conveyed details of a particular criminal instance where young girls were observed without consent by a janitor at an elementary school. That janitor had been spying on girls when they were in the restroom. There was evidence he had been masturbating in the area above multiple restrooms. According to documents received as part of a FOIA request, the sheriff's office, school administrators, and the district attorney's office identified multiple child victims, however, did not proceed with notifying parents and informing them that their children were even victims. Little girls described the restroom as a haunted house and reported noises coming from the ceiling. The perpetrator was only convicted on 5 counts of observation without consent of adults. He was not convicted of crimes against children. Let me reiterate for emphasis, parents were not notified their children were victims, and that was an intentional decision. It was written in black and white in email correspondence. When I asked the local liaison about those children and what about justice for them, I was told that would need to go through the DA's office. Why is there such a different standard if the goal is protecting children? Why is a loosely circumstantial, anonymous accusation grounds for an investigation, but a real crime with real victims is swept under the carpet? We're fast approaching a stage where the ultimate inversion, a stage where government is free to do anything it pleases while citizens may act only by permission. That's an Ayn Rand quote. And I think we're kind of getting there. That pendulum has swung pretty far, but I don't think it's too far for us to start dialing it back and protecting the rights of parents and protecting the rights of children. Remove that anonymous reporting for instances of suspected abuse and neglect. Review policies and clarify what constitutes legitimate cases of suspected abuse and neglect. Don't put children in dangerous situations or question them during those investigations where there's not another adult present. Take necessary steps to ensure parental and child rights are in fact protected. Regarding this proposed bill in Section 7, the second element there, I recommend revising the language from may petition the court. Why go to court? Why must the accused engage now in lawfare and be forced to hire an attorney? Don't we have the right to face our accuser? The court may order, the court shall order, and no justification is needed. Only then can the investigation into potential harassing complaints be made. It's kind of hard to do that without the name of an accuser. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. If you would like any copies of these documents or supporting documents, I'll be happy to provide those upon request.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Brickham, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a little background. You said the incident occurred in 2020.
Yes, sir.
Could you give a timeline from when that note was discovered and when your child was interviewed and when you were put on notice that you were under investigation?
Ms.
My-
Hurley, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Yes, my understanding is that the note was found on an afternoon, probably like a Wednesday or Thursday afternoon. My daughter was questioned on a Friday. I was not notified that she was interviewed or that we were in investigation until early that next week. So it would have been around, like Monday or so of the next week I was called.
Okay. Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
You may have said, and I didn't catch it, but where did the interview take place? Was it at school or?
The interview
Ms.
took place
Curley,
at...
you're recognized.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, sir. The interview took place at school in a private conference room.
I would think that there would be a school administrator there as well in the interview. I mean, it doesn't make sense that somebody would do the interview by themselves.
Ms. Curley.
Thank you, Chairman.
That was my assumption as well. So I was very disturbed to find out that no one was present. When I questioned the administrators about it, I was told that they were uncomfortable with that situation as well, but they were told that was how the interview needed to be conducted.
Are there any other questions from? Representative, you're recognized.
Good morning. Would the concern with this situation be more so not the anonymous reporting, but that the child was interviewed without your permission or without acknowledgement? Would that be a better fix for a situation like this for you?
Sorry, Ms. Curley.
Actually, I think it's twofold, because when there was a conference call with other administrators who made that decision to ultimately call DCS, I was in the room when that call was made. One of these administrators was on speakerphone, and it was said, look, we weren't sure who wrote this note. It was clearly acknowledged. They didn't know definitively who wrote it. And one of the administrators questioned the other and said, why did you proceed? And she said, well, it really doesn't matter because we have anonymity.
Any other questions, concerns? If not, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chad and Jessica Farley. And we need the rest of the testimonies to be 3 to 5 minutes, please. So if you could come forward and introduce yourselves for the record.
My name is Chad Farley.
Yes, please proceed.
My name is Chad Farley, and I'm a resident of Morgan County. I'm here today with my wife, Jessica, and we are asking you to support the change in this law to remove anonymous reporting. In the summer of 2020, our teenage daughter was caught engaging in inappropriate internet activity, and as responsible parents, we shut her phone off. In retaliation for her punishment, our daughter suddenly accused my older son of sexually assaulting her. This pulled us straight into the middle of a DCS investigation. Had that referral been properly investigated, it might have been the end of DCS for us. However, the investigator did nothing but believe the words of an unhappy teenager and left us in limbo for several months. It is almost impossible to express the debilitating stress associated with having your child ripped from your home and then trying to deal with DCS's unreasonable demands. We feel we were immediately set up for failure. For example, demanding us to travel 2 hours for a drug screen. This past April, an anonymous report led to the devastating removal of our 10-year-old son, Aiden, on an ex parte order. This investigation alleged Aiden was left home alone, exposed to drugs, and sexually abused. This time, DCS investigator Robin Witherspoon came to our home on April 13th and privately interviewed our son. Aiden did not disclose abuse or neglect and denied being left home alone. Investigator Witherspoon advised me there was no reason and left. April 14th, the very next day, Aiden and I were snuggled up on the couch watching TV when nearly 30 officers, some in tactical gear, burst into our home, held us at gunpoint. They then extensively searched our home and ultimately removed Aiden without even a search warrant or court order. I received an email the next morning, April 15th, with a copy of the petition and an order attached. We appeared in court on April 16th, and despite my desperate pleading, the court transferred custody to DCS. It would be almost a month before we were able to see Aiden, a month that also saw the loss of his grandfather, which we couldn't even mourn. Over the next 3 months, we passed all extensive drug tests. We attended anger management classes, parenting classes, all at the demand of DCS. DCS kept my wife and I on supervised visits of only 4 hours per month. Aiden was removed from a hostile relative placement to a foster home with complete strangers. Our 10-year-old son is currently the innocent victim of a wrongful removal due to an anonymous report. Aiden was a joyful, vibrant child before April 14th. Now we have seen him change, mostly via Zoom, to a child of anxiety and confusion, and like us, just doesn't understand why he can't come home. This past August, we were finally able to obtain the GCS records through my wife's attorney. These records were unbelievably shocking. We discovered that on April 13th, when visiting our home, Investigator Witherspoon administratively unsubstantiated all the allegations surrounding my son's case. The investigator had found nothing in 3 investigative interviews they conducted with Aiden. We were set to have a trial last week on the 13th, but the DCS attorney opposed having the hearing and continued the case until December, leaving Aiden in a stranger's home for another 3 months. Because of an anonymous report that months ago was unsubstantiated, our beautiful, tender, straight-A child has been uprooted from his home, lost his grandfather, missed his big brother shipping out to the military, started a new school, and spent his birthday all alone because of an anonymous, unsubstantiated report. I served honorably in the United States Air Force for 5 years before I was injured in the line of duty serving my country. In an aircraft accident, I ingested jet fuel, which has left me with a traumatic brain injury, terrible seizures. It's taken most of my eyesight and hearing and continues to attack my nervous system daily. Despite these injuries, we've dedicated our lives to serving those who served us while being productive citizens and providing a safe, stable home for our family. It is unreal that I took an oath to defend liberty for all Americans, yet what my family has experienced is nothing short of tyranny. I ask you, I beg you, to support the change in this law. Hold people accountable for what they are reporting. Protect the other Aidens out there. And most all, demand better from this extremely lost state agency. I greatly appreciate your time and dedication to make our great state even better.
Thank you to both of y'all for being here today. Are there any questions for this family?
Let me try to get it.
Representative Brigham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Number of children that you have, and is it likely that your teenage daughter was the reporting person or not?
Mr. Farley, you're recognized.
Sir, we have 3 children, 20-year-old that just shipped out. We have our 16-year-old daughter and our 11-year-old son. We can't say, sir, she was removed in 2020 after we found out, and she made the reports, the initial reports. We allowed her, we didn't fight for her to go to her dad's. Unfortunately, it's been a bad divorce, so we believe it was probably stepmom or, most importantly, her sister.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank both of you for being here today.
Thank you for your time. Bryce, stand.
Next, we have Sarah Brown. Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Sarah Brown.
That's fine.
My name is Sarah Brown. I reside in Cumberland County. I'm the mother of 3 beautiful children, Abigail, William, and Matthew. I was divorced in 2011, and I was the primary custodian of my children. In December of 2016, my children became victims of a vengeful ex parte order filed by my ex-husband, who had refused to pay child support or visit his children. By the stroke of a pen, based on multiple lies, a Cumberland County judge required all 3 children to be removed from my care and placed with their abusive father, cutting me off from all contact for a year. In the next 4 years, I battled in 4 different courts to regain full custody, which I finally did in 2020. Today, I want to share with you how the current DCS reporting system aggravated my efforts to return my children to my care and how my children suffered in the process. My first experience with DCS was in 2010. It was an investigation into my ex-husband's physical abuse of my then 9-year-old daughter. DCS closed the case, and later the courts accused me of making false reports. From 2010 to 2019, there were 69 DCS referrals against their father for environmental neglect, physical abuse, psychological harm, lack of supervision, drug exposure, malnourishment, and medical neglect. As a mother, I only made 8 referrals, and the remaining 61 were from other third parties. 35 of these reports were screened out, meaning DCS did nothing. Many others were assessed and closed, and only 3 reports were investigated. As I bounced from court to court fighting to get my kids back, one of my big hurdles was that the opposing attorney representing my ex-husband claimed I had called in many false allegations. Without any evidence to support this, the court agreed and held it against me. Because of anonymous reporting, I was never able to prove to the court that I had not made the reports. In the meantime, my children continued to suffer abuse in their father's home. My daughter was psychologically tortured. Her father would put a recording device in her face, mock her, and laugh at her as she begged for help. He put a secret recorder in her private bedroom. Before she was able to return home, she suffered from severe depression and was suicidal. My youngest son fell and hit his head, and his father refused medical care. He suffered a broken elbow and a broken foot. His father left handprints on his backside, refused dental care when his teeth were severely distorted, and Matthew was severely malnourished, weighing only 68 pounds at 11 and a half years old. My middle son suffered horrific psychological abuse and was choked 3 times. His anger raged against his sister and younger brother and resulted in dangerous physical violence. Even after DCS removed him from his father's home in August of 19, he had to be placed in a group home for several weeks due to his trigger, anger, and violence. The children suffered the most because I was reportedly blamed for making too many reports to the child abuse hotline, reports that went nowhere. Because DCS did not investigate, the reports were unfounded, and I was then blamed for vindictively making false reports. I had no recourse to show that these reports had come from teachers, counselors, doctors, emergency room personnel, and other third parties that had personally witnessed harm to my children. Although I don't think this is the perfect law to fix the broken system of DCS, it is the first step that desperately needs to be taken. I ask that you remove anonymous reporting and give affected parents the right to obtain referral records, which they will need to prove that they have not filed these false reports. In order to help future generations, my children and I ask you to vote to remove anonymous reporting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for being here today and sharing your story. Are there any questions for Ms. Brown? No? Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Next, we have Abby West. Thank you for being here today. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Abigail West. We ready?
Proceed.
Okay. I am a Nashville native. I am a current resident of Davidson County. I am also a graduate of MMPS and both Tennessee State University. My income generating career has been spotty. I have spent the last 16 years of my life raising children. I have 4 kids, ages 15 to 1. When my marriage fell apart, I had a like anybody else, I've had a nasty, nasty divorce. I did revert back to some unhealthy coping mechanisms that did cause separation from my older children due to my divorce. While I did regain my sobriety and continue my journey of recovery, my use did cause a period of separation with my older kids. It also created a really nasty custody battle, which complicated the welcoming of my 4th child, Lucy, last year. I delivered 4 babies with 0 epidurals. I have nursed children for over 6 years. When Lucy was born, I was fearful that my ex may report us. I was fearful of the complications that I was experiencing at the time. And when DCS showed up at my door, I decided to do what I would counsel anyone else to do, and I was honest. I welcomed them in. I took their drug screens. I was compliant. I was polite. And that might have been my mistake. On October 2nd, I was told the case would be closed, and then that next Monday, apparently another call came in from someone who didn't know me. I fought to get the records. I've seen some of them, but a call came in from someone who didn't know me, didn't know my family, but simply knew that I had a contested divorce with a bad custody battle. So on Monday, they came back. They asked for another drug screen. My mother, Dr. Ann Charvat, was with me through that and through the phone call. I complied with the drug screen. I received another call later that day asking if I had an emergency safety placement. I said, of course, I have 100 emergency safety placements, but why do I need one? At that point, CPSI investigator Sylvia Vanderbilt hung up the phone, told me, no, it's too late, we have the removal order, hung up the phone on me. Anyway, so she told me it was too late. Forgive me. I tried to contact DCS that day. My mother tried to contact DCS that day. We could not get through. Lucy's father, my youngest daughter's father, returned from out of town working that evening. The details are numerous. The mistakes made by DCS are numerous, but I don't have time for all that today. What I do know is eventually Lucy, her dad, my mother, and Attorney Connie Regularly ended up in a Wendy's parking lot on Thompson Lane for several hours while we waited for DCS employee Kimberly White to come and take my baby. She showed up with a non-exigent removal order that looked like the signature had been photocopied. She had no further explanation, and she took my baby that night to foster care in the middle of the night. They didn't even have a placement for her. They drove her around in an inappropriate car seat for an hour and a half before they figured out where to put her. This was a nursing 4-week-old baby who had been born a month earlier, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, was healthy at Vanderbilt Hospital, had been discharged. The doctors and the nurses had no issues that we knew of. We took it to trial. The allegations against me, I said, these are not true. Let's take it to trial. Well, it's true that I have a history, I have a past, I have some messy personal life. There is no drug exposure going on. There's no drugs here. I assumed that the clean drug screens would be enough to prove that. It took 9 months. After 9 months, they finally non-suited it. We got no explanation. I still don't know what happened or why they took my baby for 9 months. They did not let me nurse her for the first month that my mother had her. I did fight that. Eventually, I was able to nurse her. So I was able to mitigate the damages done by the state and the damages done by spiteful exes, making phone calls, giving false reports. While I waited, I did comply with everything from DCS, drug screens, psych evals, parenting assessments, the whole thing. But the facts are is that an anonymous call created an avalanche of unneeded trauma for my family. Today, I will not live in that fear. I do put my faith elsewhere. But the facts are is that a simple call can create a lifelong trauma for a family with no accountability from the state, no accountability from whoever made that report. And I guess I just sit here and I ask you to please consider doing away with anonymous reporting and treat any tip about possible child abuse the way we would treat a tip about any other crime. The issues that child welfare in this state faces are numerous, but I think a good place to start would be accountability so that people can't use calling DCS. People will call DCS when they won't call the police on somebody. They'll call DCS. And then once that call comes in, the avalanche, are we done? I appreciate you letting me talk. I think it's a good place to start.
Thank you, Ms. West, for being here and for sharing your story. Are there any questions? Ms. West? Representative Brickham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. The claim of child abuse or whatever, the only child that was subject to removal, and maybe I'm was the infant, right?
Was the infant, yeah. During when
Ms.
she was.
West, you're recognized.
Yes.
Okay. The other children, your other children, are they with you or your ex-husband?
They are currently, we split custody. The divorce was final in May. At the time, they were with my ex-husband, or my husband.
Representative Brickham.
But during the investigation and all the statements, DCS had no basis for removing the child? I mean, no indication, they made no statements to you of any abuse they saw or?
No.
Ms. West, you're recognized.
So what caused, I mean, maybe I need to understand exactly what were they saying the reason to remove your child?
The allegations against me were long and numerous. They were mostly untrue. But what I was being charged with was drug-exposed child. My child was born healthy. The doctors discharged us, but their claim was that I was either using drugs when I was pregnant or using drugs when they took her. No, I don't know. Nothing changed. They came on Friday. I gave them a drug test. They came on Monday. I gave them another drug test. And like I said, we're longtime Nashville people. My mom is a social worker, and she was with me. And then they later called and said that we're removing her. They wrote in the file that my mother was not an option. And then they took her in the middle of the night.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here. Next, we have the Department of Children Family Services. Could you please state your name and who you're with, please?
Good morning, Chair Lady Littleton, members of the committee. Drew Wright. I'm with Department of Children's Services. I'm our Executive Director of Legislation and Policy. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in response to some of what we've heard. First, want to appreciate Chairman Doggett. I know he's filed this legislation. We had a chance to visit about it during session and visit again about it this morning briefly. And I've had a chance to talk to all of you all about our thoughts about this bill. And just as a reminder, when this bill was calendar during the legislative session, the official administration's position on this bill was opposed for philosophical reasons, so we flagged the bill. I shared that with Chairman Doggett and all of you all. Kind of want to just briefly share with you the reasons why we believe that the bill, if it became law, would chill child abuse reporting at the expense of children. Children will be left in vulnerable positions. Sometimes when abuse or dangerous things occur to children, that abuse escalates. And so if something is able to be reported early on, it's better. We can begin an investigation, look into it early on. We might keep a child from dying if we were able to do that. If a situation lingers and continues to grow, if abuse remained not to be reported, we don't know about it. So if someone were to say, how could something so horrific occur in this state? It would probably because we don't know about it. And so this bill would cause us to not know about more abuse. We think certain folks who do report child abuse choose to do so anonymously because they fear retaliation from the person who they would be alleging the abuse against. Certainly there are situations that people do the wrong thing and do sort of weaponize the reporting system, and we don't like that any more than anyone who has testified here today. I'll land the plane here in a moment on some things in the current law that would protect against that, but I just want to say that we don't like it either. It does cause us to use additional resources. It does frustrate people. Obviously, the folks here have shared some frustrations with DCS in general. It feels like maybe their frustrations are more about DCS, less about the anonymous reporting. That's the topic of the bill. But at any rate, I think I digress a little bit there. So in calendar year 2020, there were I think it was exactly 123,776 reports of child abuse done. Of those, 22,711 were done anonymously. That's about 18.3% of the calls. Just quickly, there was some things said about, I think one of the ladies said something about 60-something reports being made and only a couple of them being investigated. When we receive a repeat referral, a duplicate referral, that is screened out by ordinary course of business. So, we're going to, if it's a multiple or if it's the same set of facts that are alleged, that will be screened out. Just pointing that out too. So, long and short, remove the anonymous reporting ability of a person. They might fear reporting, they might fear retaliation, and those children might remain in that vulnerable situation. Another reminder, Tennessee is a mandatory child abuse reporting state. That means every citizen, not just medical professionals, school administrators, teachers, everybody. If you see or know about child abuse, you have to report it. And so there is a balance there. You can do so anonymously under the current law, and we would very much hope that would remain intact. I told you there were two things in the law that would protect against this behavior. The behavior of maliciously reporting. There are two felonies. One is more of a generalized felony dealing with filing a false report. It's a Class D felony. It's TCA 3916-502. My eyesight's failing me a bit there. And then one specific to child abuse actually is 37-1-413. That creates a Class E felony for this exact thing that we're talking about here. If somebody was to maliciously report child abuse, knowing that it's false, that person can be charged with the crime of filing a false child abuse report. It's a felony. Law enforcement can investigate that. DCS can make a referral to law enforcement to investigate it. So could anybody else. So the folks who came here to testify today could do that. Other people could do that. So that remedy is already on the books. If we did this, if we implemented this bill, we would simply just remove 22,700 reports that were done anonymously. Now, maybe some of those folks would decide to go ahead and report, so it's not safe to say we'd lose 23,000, but we might lose one that might protect a child from dying, and that's not worth the risk to us. So again, DCS is opposed to this legislation. I think there are various other groups that are. Child advocacy centers, I believe, are. I know the District Attorney's General Conference was opposed to this legislation during session. I don't know where they are now, but I know during session they were. Tennessee Bar Association is as well. Happy to answer any questions. Appreciate the chance to talk.
Thank you for being here. Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. you said that law enforcement would be able to investigate, on an anonymous claim. How would that happen?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Yeah, so that's a good question. And I'm not a detective, but I happen to used to prosecute. And I know that there are ways in which law enforcement can use different investigative techniques to locate based on, they'll take what they know. This report was done in this fashion. Might have a phone number, might have a county, might have certain information. We also might know, hey, this report was done by a medical professional, or the hospital called, the school called. We would know that information, so they can sort of triangulate it from there and work their way out. They could subpoena phone records, subpoena Verizon to identify the name of a person. There's various investigative ways that they could target and figure out who it is.
Thank you.
Representative Etheridge.
Thank you. Do you know of cases that have been investigated where they have turned up and been false? Have you, where, that law enforcement's got involved and traced someone down that has made a false report? Because I'm honestly not leaning one way or the other right now on this. I'm just asking the questions because, we have these felonies in place, but if you don't know, if you're going to, and how aggressive does law enforcement go after something like this, where, that they're going to prosecute? Are they going to take the extra time to go into a full investigation on something like this? Because it doesn't seem to be so. And you made the comment there that it seemed to be more about, this seems to be more about DCS right now, and maybe some corrective action that needs to take place there. The one thing that was said earlier that bothered me is the fact that someone it was interviewed alone at school without someone else there. So that may be a multiple question, but it just seems, how aggressive do they go after something like this?
Mr. Wright, you're recognized.
So, as I stand before you, I don't know the number of times that especially the child abuse specific, the 37-1-413, I don't know how many times that's been prosecuted. I will say, as a prosecutor, I don't recall having prosecuted that crime. The filing a false report, the more broadly defined one, in Title 39, the criminal statute, prosecuted that a lot. And law enforcement certainly aggressively would go after something that fell into that category. To your second point, the answer to your question is I don't know. I can probably find somebody pretty quickly that could speak to the process about how a child would be interviewed and whatnot once a report is made, but may have to circle back to you on that.
All right. Thank you.
Would you like somebody to come forward to address that?
Yeah, I think so.
Could you do that, please?
Sure.
Could you state your name and who you're with for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Carla Aaron, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner in the Office of Child Safety, and that is the Child Protective Services Program. So to answer the question around interviewing of a child in the school system, that is a fairly common practice for DCS when we get a report of abuse or neglect, especially during the school year. Oftentimes, that's the easiest and quickest opportunity for us to talk to that child and begin our investigation or intervention in a CPS matter. So typically we get the information, we go talk to the child to get their statement. We want the fresh statement. We typically interview the child alone just because it makes them feel more comfortable. Now, if we have information that this child has a significant relationship with a teacher or guidance counselor and would like that person to be present, there's nothing that precludes us from that. But sometimes it makes children feel uncomfortable based on the questions that we're asking them, such as if it's a sex abuse allegation. We also rely heavily on forensic interviewers from our child advocacy centers. So when we go out, we're doing what we call a minimal facts interview. We have information from the hotline. We realize it's based on what the caller says. Could be accurate, maybe it's not. We do a little history search quickly in our system to see if we've had any past contact with the family. So we've got a little information going into that. We talk to the child, and if we see that there's a potential to have a disclosure or some information that we think law enforcement or the DA may want to be a party to, we then ask for a forensic interview to be administered or given to the child at the Child Advocacy Center. That's a much better environment. We realize that. That's a child-friendly environment. We have forensic interviewers who are trained. That's all they do all day long. Many of those are video recorded or audio recorded, and oftentimes there are other participants who observe those. So the first interview we do, like at the school, could be gathering enough information to tell us that we need to contact a forensic interviewer, contact the parents, have that child taken to the CAC, and move forward with that process. So that's a very general kind of overview of how that can work. We also like to go to the school because schools have a lot of good information for us. Teachers, counselors, principals, they know the families, they know the child, they know behaviors. And so we, in that visit, oftentimes we'll get some additional information that can help us in our investigative process.
Representative Eldridge.
Your last comment there goes to the point, why would they interview alone if the child is known to the counselors inside the school and the administrators and teachers? It would seem like that they would want them to be a part of that interview, because I can see where in the case where the girl was interviewed by a man alone in a room, I would imagine that would be an uncomfortable situation for that young girl right there, rather than, being a comfortable situation, especially, he's a stranger, she doesn't know him and all. So to your last comment there, it would seem like that would be a better situation to have, where you have two people at least in that room, and one of them that is actually known to the child.
Ms. Aaron.
And in some situations, that would be very appropriate. In other situations, say if someone outside the school called in the report, the school may not know anything about it, and that child could, possibly feel very uncomfortable talking about, say if it was a sex abuse allegation, in front of a principal or a school personnel that wasn't aware of this. And it's often a situation that you make that decision when you sit there and talk to the child. If they appear to be uncomfortable, you can always stop the interview and ask them, is there someone you would like to be present as we talk about this? And sometimes, children don't want other people to know what you're going to talk about, some of the questions. I will tell you, our investigators have been trained in talking to children. They've been trained in child development, interviewing techniques, nowhere near the level of a forensic interviewer, which is why we rely heavily on that professional capacity. But they do have a lot of practice with engaging children and trying to make them feel at ease and talking about things prior to coming into the allegations. You talk a lot about family and what's going on at school, and you build that rapport, and then you begin talking about whatever the allegations that were presented in the report that we're investigating.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any more questions for Ms. Aaron? You're recognized.
Good morning. So do we give them the option on the front end to have someone in the space with them? Or do we mention that to them, or how does that go when you're?
Ms. Aaron.
Sorry, thank you. That's probably based on the particular investigator's technique that they use. I would not say often that we start the interview saying you can have somebody else with us. If they feel uncomfortable, if you know they've just disclosed to a guidance counselor, that might be an appropriate time to talk about that, and would you rather have somebody in here, as a comfort person? But a lot of times we try and we at least start the interview with them alone. And I'll also say, if you have other people in the room and there is a disclosure, sometimes that will lead, if it went to a court case, pulling out a teacher, pulling out a principal, then they're involved in some court activities. And so I think, just not to minimize the comfort of the child, but sometimes that can get pretty convoluted when you go into a court situation, if that makes sense.
You're recognized.
And well, we had a speaker earlier who mentioned that their child was interviewed on a Friday, but they didn't find out about it until the following week, that Monday or Tuesday. Do you all, for any reason, tell the child that they cannot go back and tell a parent or anything?
That is not a normal practice. We typically tell the children that we're going to be calling the parents and talking to them. Now, I don't know why there was a delay from Friday to a Monday. It could be they didn't have a phone number. I can't answer that specific question, but we do often tell our older children, we're going to call and we'll be talking to your parents, letting them know what we've done. Best practice would be you would do that fairly soon afterwards, so the child didn't have to come home and tell their parent that. Obviously, it's going to cause anxiety to a parent to know some strange person from DCS came and talked to my child. So we really encourage the practice of contacting the parent as quickly as we can. I will say, though, in some situations, we're working hand in hand with law enforcement or with the DA's office, and oftentimes they're advising us when and where we need to talk to somebody and what information is to be provided if they think it's going to be a criminal matter. So, I will have that caveat that we do rely on guidance from law enforcement in certain situations, and when we talk to them and what information that we're actually able to release at certain times.
Anything else? You're recognized.
For you, do you, as a representative for DCS, do you feel like this legislation would cause for even one accurate case of child abuse to go missed in any kind of way?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any more questions? I think Representative Gillespie had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious, if you don't have this information right now, if you could get it for me, how long has the current anonymous reporting been in statute?
Mr. Wright?
If you'll give me a moment, I might be able to pull that. I'll find it and get it to you. I've just got the statutes printed. Doug, Chair Lady, can I bring up the General Counsel?
Absolutely. Could you state your name and who you're with, please, for the record?
I'm Doug Diamond. I'm General Counsel for the Tennessee Department of Children's Services. I can give you a partial answer. I can't tell you when it came into place. I can eventually. I can't right on the spot. I can tell you that I've represented this agency under every commissioner it's ever had since 1996 when I graduated law school, and that anonymous standard was in place there, and we have defended it successfully in those 25 years. And I believe it goes back quite a bit further. I can certainly research it and give you the exact date. Many of these statutes came over to DCS when it was created from the Department of Human Services. so it was probably lodged there in the first place. But it has been in there, the memory of man runneth not to the contrary, forever, for any practical purposes.
You good? All right. Any other questions? Representative Eldridge.
Just out of curiosity, is there a rule in place now that states how you interview a child? Is there a rule in DCS that says they have to be interviewed a certain way? Or is that just a...
Ms. Aaron would be better qualified to address that specifically. I know that the Office of Child Safety has a number of protocols and work aids that guide how it handles situations. We just recently had a case that went up to federal courts, though, where parents alleged that the department in another state, it was a Sixth Circuit case, that their rights had been violated when their children were interviewed at school without parental consent, and the Sixth Circuit was pretty clear that was not a violation.
Thank you, Chairman.
Would you like to hear from Ms. Aaron, or are you okay with that answer?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You okay with it? All right, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Brigham, you're recognized.
Thank you. I also have some further questions for Mr. Wright, but since the general counsel here, he probably could answer this question. How many other states have anonymous reporting statutes?
The majority...
You're recognized.
I'm sorry. Do I have to reintroduce myself? I'm Doug Diamond, General Counsel for DCS. And whenever you say a General Counsel can answer something, I think, uh-oh, I'm not going to be able to answer this one. Fortunately, I've actually semi-got that. About a third, a little more, maybe do not have anonymous or allowed some piercing, greater piercing of anonymity than we do, probably, so which means about 2/3, 20 or 30-plus states probably have anonymous reporting. And it is obviously a public policy choice. Anytime you make a public policy choice, in individual cases, some people will do less well, others will benefit. In this case, it's a public policy choice between adults suffering terrible discomfiture when a department investigates, whether it's us, whether it's the police, or whoever it is, versus, on the other hand, if you have anonymous reporting, we have children who will be safer and will be protected from harm. So we think that the current choice is the correct one and benefits children.
Just a follow-up, and again, if this statute's been on our books for 25-plus years, it's just also, I think maybe the world was a little kinder and gentler 25 or 30 years ago and not as vengeful as it is today. And therefore, I think this anonymous reporting needs to be revisited just because the world has changed in that 25 or 30 years. So, again, that's a comment.
Any other questions from Mr. Diamond? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Brigham, you're recognized.
I'm back?
You're back.
All right, thanks.
You're back.
All right. Ms. Wright, can you, if someone calls the 877-237-0004 number and reports an anonymous abuse, can you just describe how that call, where it goes, is it recorded? Where does confidentiality in that call gets brought up? And I guess, do y'all have confidence that y'all can keep confidentiality if y'all were mandated to keep confidentiality?
Mr. Wright.
Thank you. I could give you probably a 15-second answer to that, or I could allow you to hear from Carla Aaron again, if that's okay. She's going to give you a more thorough answer.
Yes, sir. Could you introduce yourself one more time, please?
Absolutely. Carla Aaron, Deputy Commissioner. And a great question. So when a call comes into the hotline, they're all recorded. So they're audio recorded. That's also a great quality assurance piece for my staff, because we can go back and pull those and review them, look at them, do some coaching if we have some staff that need some additional assistance with that. So we're very pleased with that piece of it. But they're all audio recorded, and we have Q questions that we ask, and beginning in the questions, it could be very just gathering information, the family information, child information, what the caller is calling about. And a lot of that depends on the pace that the caller provides. Sometimes they're very difficult. They're very emotional. They're upset. They're scared. Other times they're angry. So there's a lot of rapport building and working through a phone line with a caller to try and make them feel comfortable in talking about what's going on. But we have prompts and Q questions that they ask, and they're based upon the particular allegations. So if there's a physical abuse allegation coming in, there's a set of questions that come up to make sure that they're answered. Sometimes they can't provide the answer. They don't know the information, or they don't feel comfortable giving it. Other times, they give us a lot of information. The goal is to get as much as you can, so when it's passed off to the CPS worker, they have more information and are better prepared to go out, on the situation. If it's anonymous, we still take the call, still go through all the Q questions. At the end of the call, they have the availability to get an identifying number. They can use that number within about 24 hours to go online and see where the call is. If it was assigned to somebody in Davidson County or in Knoxville, who the assigned worker is and their phone number. If it was not assigned, if it didn't meet the criteria for abuse or neglect or otherwise screened out, such as a duplicate, that information would be available to them as well. So they at least know what happened after they made that phone call. Then I also want to say, we like to get the referent's name and number. We ask for that. Obviously, if they don't want to provide it, we don't stop the call at that point. We continue on. But as an investigator, that's great for us because we go back and talk to the referent. That's in our policy to make contact with the referent to get additional information, or at least to let them know we got what you called, thank you very much, and we're responding. So there's a loop there that we like to close if we have that information. But if they don't feel comfortable, then we continue on, and it's the same process that we do throughout with the hotline.
Representative Harris, did you have a question?
No, I think I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. You're recognized.
So the recording that is done at the beginning, can that be subpoenaed later on? It just wouldn't have the person's information, like name and phone number in that?
We've had occasion to fall under subpoena and had to provide those, yes.
So from a false accusation, if it was made, and a person wanted to push I believe back in March when we talked about this legislation, it was to support someone being able to have a civil suit started, but they can do so. They would be able to subpoena the recording. They just wouldn't get a person's name or phone number from that recording. Is that correct?
That's a question I think I'm going to have to rely on someone else or find that information out and get back with you. I know we've had subpoenas. We've had to give the recordings, turn them over. As far as the information that was taken out or not released, I'm not quite sure how that was handled.
If you could send that information to our office when you find out, we'll be sure that everyone gets it.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with you, Representative Brickham?
Let me just follow up, just so, the the 877 number, is that in one location, going to one location?
It actually goes to our child abuse hotline, which is located here in Nashville.
Okay.
And we have multiple lines dedicated, well, that's for the public. We also have lines that are dedicated to law enforcement and hospital medical professionals, as well as school teachers, that kind of queues them up. And as a professional reporter, it just is navigated a little differently. So there are different options for different professionals to report to the hotline.
And it's 24/7?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess the question goes back to this being able to follow like when you realize that there's a false claim made, it becomes evident that it's a false claim. Do you have the ability to go back to that recording where somebody made that report and pull that phone number? Do you have that ability?
Ms. Aaron?
We have the ability to pull the phone call and listen to the audio.
But what about tracking the number?
Yeah, I will have to get back with you. We have a very advanced phone system. The technology is pretty incredible, but I want to be certain before I can answer that one.
And to follow up with that, you're recording the phone call where they are making this report, but yet in an interview with a child, you have no one else there to substantiate what is said, and it would seem like it would be a reasonable thing to record that interview as well, just to have down what is actually said in that room, because you've got one person there that is giving what they heard, what they understood at that time. And I'm not saying that they're wrong or anything. I'm just saying it would seem like it would be a reasonable ideal to have someone in there listening or even recording that interview, so you've got it in that. But the tracking, it would seem like if you know that you've received a false report and it becomes very evident, and I think that would be a prime way to make an example out of somebody who has done this to someone, if you have that ability. Thank you, Chair.
I guess that was a statement. Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Aaron? Well, thank y'all very much for being here. We're going to call Chairman Doggett up for closing remarks.
Thank you again, Chair Lady Littleton and members of the committee, and I think this has been a very productive hour and a half that we've spent this morning raising a lot of questions and concerns. One of the things that I didn't hear mentioned or much conversation about was the website. And since this bill that we had that we brought back earlier this year in session, since we come out and brought it into committee and it was summer studied, I had a lot of people that reached out to me from across the state that had some similar issues and wanted to know the status of the bill and shared their stories. One of those stories had to do with the website that the state uses, that you can go on and do an anonymous complaint. You can file an anonymous report there on the website. That individual shared a story. He and his wife or spouse or whatever had daughters that were in beauty pageants, and they had traveled out of state. I believe it was the state of Alabama that they had went to. They had a consultant that they had hired, a young lady, who trained these daughters on how to do their pageant stuff. They bought dresses and things and from them, but they got to a competition and they fired their consultant. And the consultant asked the woman as to why they were getting fired and said, "My husband says that he no longer wants to spend this money with you." Well, that was on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. On a Tuesday, DCS showed up at their homes to do an investigation because allegations were made that he had done something over the weekend, and it was anonymous, and it had come through the website. It took a long time to figure this out. Have no idea who it is. He talked with local law enforcement. That's something you have to take it with DCS. He talked with the DCS workers that did his case, and they said, we have no way of knowing. It was an anonymous complaint that come through the website. Just this morning at my desk, I pulled up the website just to see if I could do it from my phone. And sure enough, I can make an anonymous report. I did not do so, but I could do that just sitting there from my phone. Anywhere across the world, someone can make an anonymous report from a device that they have internet access to. In the state of Tennessee, all they have to know is your name, All they have to know is, I guess, the name of the children, approximate age, approximate birth dates, and they can make an anonymous report. We've heard of what's a term been called swatting. That's something that's been going around where people in other states are calling law enforcement and pretending, using spoof phone numbers or someone's phone number, and they're making calls, and then SWAT teams come in and kick the doors down into their homes and come in, and they were just sitting on the couch watching TV and have no idea that someone had swatted them, as they've called it. The same thing could very well happen with anonymous reporting, especially through the website, where you make someone upset. They go through your social media profiles, they find out the names of your children, they know your names, they can even find your addresses through tax records and everything else, and be able to harass you through that mechanism. And so there's something I would really appreciate if we could continue the conversation and dive deeper in to look and see. I feel that in my heart that the Department of Children's Services hearts are in the right place. Everyone wants to make sure that we are protecting children. It's unfortunate that things such as anonymous reporting can happen when it's done maliciously, that causes families and persons in our communities to go through the things that they've gone through in some of the stories that we've heard today. And so I hope that we will continue this, and I want to say again, thank you so much for your indulgence this morning and allowing us to come and do a further study of this bill.
And thank you for bringing this study to us today. And I thank everyone that's come for sharing their stories, for giving us all the information that we have. Some great questions have come out of this, I believe. And I think I, for one, have found a few things that I think that we could do to help change legislation and to make it a better way to report. We have to have reports. I mean, we have to do that. And if people want to do it anonymously, we have to let them, I feel like, because if they're not going to, then children could die. We see that. But I think we need to concentrate on trying to punish those that do the false reports the most. And I know if it's anonymous, that's going to be hard to do. So that's where we're kind of in the little problem here, I think. So anyway, it brought some great questions. I think we'll come up with some good answers. And I do appreciate everyone with their input, and especially sharing your stories and for everything that we've accomplished here today. So thank you for bringing this to our attention, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to bring up the Department of Children's Services, and we are going to study adoption and foster care. The purpose of this is to see what works, what doesn't work, and what we can do to try and fix it, just like we did the other bill that we just tried to, that we actually studied hard, didn't we? We'll give y'all a minute to come forward and kind of things to quieten down a little bit. Okay, I think it's quieting down a little bit now, so I think we'll move forward. You've got the department, who are we going to start with, or? You guys are recognized, how's that? State your name and who you're with, please, for the record.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Nichols. I'm Commissioner over Department of Children's Services. And Chairwoman Littleton and members of the committee, we're happy to be here today to talk with you about this very important issue. You know, the first slide on our presentation, I could leave it off, but it sort of bookends what we're here about, because if you look at the vision of our department, it's to provide safe and healthy environments for children where they can live in supportive families and communities. And so those families sometimes are forever families, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are families that start in a foster situation and then end up in an adoptive situation. And bottom line is, our mission is to have all of our kids live in those safe and healthy environments. Just as a reminder, our department is spread across the entire state. In fact, we have offices in all 95 counties, and in some counties we have multiple offices, for a total of 103 offices. During the pandemic, during tornadoes, during floods, our offices don't close. We continue to do the work of providing those safe and engaged families for the children and families that need our help. Currently, or as of the 20th, we have 9,026 children in custody. Those are divided between dependent and neglected children and those that are justice involved or juvenile justice. So we have 8,463 dependent and neglected children in our custody today, as compared to last year this time, where we had 8,135 that were dependent and neglected. If you look at our total numbers, they've gone up about 300 from last year when they were down because of the pandemic. You've heard some discussion in the previous presentations about the hotline. Deputy Commissioner Aaron sort of explained the hotline, and I just want to point out the number of referrals that we get, because that directly correlates with the number of children who eventually come into custody and who are in foster care. Between January and August of 2019, you can see we had a total report via hotline and web reports of 99,440. And this year, in 2021, we're down slightly to 96,659. So the numbers are increasing in 2021, although they're still down, compared to 2019. And as I mentioned, it directly correlates to the number of children who come into custody. DCS continues, when I mentioned earlier that during the pandemics and tornadoes and floods, we continue to actively recruit new foster homes. The department has experienced a decrease, unfortunately, in the approved homes during the pandemic. But if you think about it from a common sense approach, that isn't surprising, because we had families that were, closing rank. And so the idea of opening your home to children that had an uncertain medical history was frightening to some very good families, of course. And so some families that maybe would have in the past wanted to go through Tennessee key classes and become approved families were, maybe put that on pause. But we are hoping that those numbers creep back up. We are, like I said, continuing to actively recruit. This is not unique to Tennessee. There are a number of other states who have reported the exact same difficulties. In Texas last month, as many as 524 children didn't have foster care placements, 524. And you've heard, the talk of sleeping in offices. Well, they had 500 and something children at one point in that situation, through no fault of their department, just a lack of foster homes being open. Illinois saying there was such a shortage that those kids, hundreds of kids, were staying in emergency shelters, not just overnight or not just for 6 or 8 hours, but for months on end. So it's happening in many, many other states. So what are we doing about that? We are increasing our foster parent, what we're calling listening circles, to address and problem solve with our foster care families. We have these journey groups where they weren't formed so that a group of people can tell DCS you do everything perfectly. They were formed by a variety of individuals that are foster parents with a results-focused attitude. Tell us what your problems are. Tell us what we can do better. We are also contracting with Casey Family Foundation to bring a nationally known foster care recruitment and retention expert that will hopefully help us enhance the virtual training that we have for foster parents and help us learn better how to engage potential foster parents. And so we're hoping to see some improvement from that effort. So I wanted you all to see the foster homes and what we actually need. So right now, and as you've probably heard us talk about, that our greatest need in foster homes are for sibling groups and for teenagers. When children come into custody, if there are siblings, we do everything we can to keep those kids together. As you can imagine, it is much less traumatic for them if they're removed from their home to at least get to stay with their sister, their brother, or their sisters and brothers. So right now we have 746 groups, okay, not children, groups of siblings in our care. So very, very often you see not one, but multiple children come into custody at the same time. And if you divide those a little bit differently, we have teens that are age 13 to 15, 1,708. And we have, for the 16 and 17-year-old category, 1,578. And those are not children that are in need of, we don't have that many children in need of placement by any stretch. These children are placed. I'm just wanting you to see where our greatest need is, and it's in those areas, sibling groups and teenagers. And I like to take the opportunity to give a shout out. There's a misconception about fostering those groups, and the people that do foster those groups report how satisfying it is both for the children and for their own families. The standard training requirement for a potential foster parent is 24 hours of training for each parent in a DCS foster home, because remember, our private providers also train foster families as well. So we sort of split them up between a DCS home and a provider home. And if it's going to be a therapeutic foster home, meaning children that have special needs, there's 30 hours for each parent in one of those homes. But so to help ease the burden on existing foster parents, but still maintain our high level of training, we've changed a little bit that to provide for their second or subsequent year as a certified home. So now in a DCS home, it's 15 hours total training per household that can be split by parents. And if it's a therapeutic home for the second and subsequent year, it's 24 hours total. So meaning instead of 24 hours per parent, it's a total for the household. And our foster parent groups and our actual foster parents are very, very happy. And this is a change that we have just recently made. Our training classes include everything under the sun, frankly, and I'm happy to give you a list if you're curious. But I want to keep going so that we can get to the questions times if there's questions. The next slide or two, you all have probably heard about children when they come into custody and what our responsibility is. So I wanted to show you examples of where the children go, because remember, they are removed. Somebody asked earlier about hotline and being 24/7. Absolutely. So kids come into custody, not just at 8 o'clock in the morning where during business hours where you can, but they come into custody at 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m., 10, 11, 12, 3 o'clock in the morning. And when they do, they come into custody. We haven't planned for that. Remember, I mean, they come into custody and we have children on our hands all of a sudden. So this Davy Crockett Tower, Davidson, which is a regional office, we have what's called safe rooms or safe spaces, supposed to be very comfortable places for the children to go. And what you're looking at in this slide is an actual picture of where those children might sit or, yes, sleep, if they want to sleep, while we are in the process of finding a home to place them in. And we work around the clock. If a child comes into custody at 1 a.m., they may go to a room like this, but we have our case managers right there working to find where the child might be placed. So put yourself in the place of a foster parent who may have other children in the home, who may have a job to go to the following morning. It is more difficult to say, yeah, bring them on at 2 a.m. in the morning. It is easier to say, yes, I will take that child, but let me get my own kids off to school in the morning and then we'll deal with it. So in these situations, though much maligned, I'm not sure what the community would have us do. You could say, no, we're not going to come pick up a child when you've got a situation that's unhealthy or unsafe for a child. Or you could say, we'll come pick you up, but we're going to drive you around a parking lot for 4 hours because people don't like the idea of you being in our office. No, of course we're not going to do that. What you do is you go get them and you do the very best you can until the certified foster home says, come on. So this is an example of one of the rooms. And we are so grateful for Tennessee Kids Belong and the Bloom Family Design who helped design this room and remodeled it just recently. Anyway, the next slide shows another example of a safe room or safe house, and this one's another Davidson County office, and the Byard family room it's called because Kevin Byard, who's one of our titans, his foundation did this room for us. They work with several partners to, I guess, devote their time and talents and resources to put this. It's really a whole house because like this place has a shower and a full kitchen and everything else. And again, would we rather the children have a foster home whose doors open at 30 minutes after coming into custody? Of course. But in the meantime, when you have places like this, it is the very best attempt to make sure they have a family-friendly place to go. And in addition, we are grateful with our partnership and work with Isaiah 117 houses in several counties, Emmanuel House in Loudoun County, our CACs that we have across the state, and many faith-based community and houses of worship that also provide these safe rooms or temporary home-like environments where children stay during this transition period. They're all amazing partners and have created the spaces that you see in some of the photographs. Later on today, I believe you'll hear from the governor's office about the Tennessee Fosters Hope Initiative, which is business, faith-based, and other stakeholders who are committed to enhancing and improving the foster to adopt programs. Permanency remains a priority. I wanted you to see the numbers of adoptions that have taken place. So in fiscal year 2020, we had 1,186 adoptions. Go right below that to where it says subsidized permanent guardianship. We had an additional 431. Please, please, please remember that subsidized permanent guardianship is a form of permanency. We see it very, very often with a grandparent who doesn't want their biological child to go through that court, termination of parental rights situation that you have to go through. So the grandparent will become the permanent guardian for that child. So it is not a a second class of permanency. It's just a different way of providing permanency for a child. So that was fiscal year 2020. You see that our numbers are down slightly, from, well, I guess they've gone up from fiscal year 2019. I think they're down slightly this year, but hopefully we're going to make up the rest of the time. We were happy that during 2020 that they increased from 2019. It was sort of surprising during the pandemic, but most of that is probably due to that before the pandemic happened, these children were in pre-adoptive homes, so they had already identified a home and were there. And luckily with the court systems and our case managers, they did a lot of adoptions through virtual hearings and things like that. So we are continuing to work on both adoptions and subsidized permanent guardianships. So in terms of legislation and policy, some things that have happened that we're proud of. One is, and this was suggested by Representative Faison, that if you have a foster family who was previously certified but maybe closed their home to fostering, maybe because they adopted a child or maybe for some other season of life, but now they want to open their doors again, he suggested, and we changed our policy, that rather than making those sort of returning foster parents go back through all of the training, instead we have reduced it and they take refresher courses. And we give him full credit. It was in a hearing very similar to this that he asked me the question, well, what about doing this? And we went back and looked at it and did it quickly. Then Representative Harris and Senator Yarbrough sponsored a new law that waives foster children the TSSAA rule that requires students to live in a district for 1 year to be eligible to play sports. Well, they sponsored a bill that now allows foster kids an exception to that. And what a great rule. Because before, if you had a foster child that was placed in a different, county or out of a different school, they couldn't participate in sports because of this rule. But that's been taken care of. And then a third one that was sponsored by Leader Lamberth and Leader Johnson was a new law that creates a pilot program to establish liaisons at state institutions, higher education, that support former foster youth after they've aged out of state custody. And I bring those to your attention because, if people want to know, I guess, what comes from some hearings like this, from questions, sometimes uncomfortable questions and answers, good things come from, good ideas come from. And this is just an example of 3 things that we've been able to do pretty quickly. And again, things that were all suggestions of our General Assembly members. So that's all I have for an update, but we are happy to answer any questions you have about the foster and adoption.
Thank you very much for being here. We've kept you a long time this morning, so we appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. I've been talking with, I can't think of his name. The guy that walked across Tennessee, what is Jimmy Wayne.
Jimmy Wayne.
And he was going to be here today, but something has, he couldn't make it. But he wanted me to ask about, now we have the programs where once the children in foster care age out, we used to just turn them loose on the streets, but now we can keep them up to 21. Is that correct? Or if they go on to school and the foster parent wants them to stay there?
I'm not going to say we keep them, but we do have an extension of foster care program that is wonderful. And so I thank Jimmy Wayne for asking about that. May I introduce to my right Deputy Commissioner Sandra Wilson, who is an expert on that program and all that it offers, and let her talk a little bit about it, because we're very proud of that program.
Okay. Well, let me ask his question, and then maybe you can answer that as well, please. He wants to know who keeps up with the ones that are still working the program, if they are in school or if they're not, or, you know, is there anyone that monitors that? That was his main question when we talked. So could you just introduce yourself, and you're recognized, Ms. Wilson.
Good morning. Sandra Wilson. I'm Deputy Commissioner of Child Programs for the department. And I'm happy to say that we have an entire program unit that tracks extension of foster care, and each region in the state has 1 to 2 individuals whose jobs are to focus on that population in terms of whether or not they're still participating in the program, whether or not they're still accessing the services that are available. We partner very closely with youth villages for LifeSet, and they actually case manage extension of foster care. We do the tracking that's incumbent with it. We reach out to those kids pretty routinely through their regional coordinators to ensure that they are receiving the appropriate services. If they happen to appear to have dropped out, to utilize, you know, case managers to encourage them to re-engage. It has been a challenge during the pandemic, but we're pretty pleased with the fact that we still have roughly 600 kids participating. There was recent funding through the feds that offered additional support. We did a lot of marketing to ensure that we reached as many of that population as we could by the end of this month.
Thank you, and that'll make Jimmy Wayne very happy. He's quite the character, isn't he? I had another question about, seems like we're on foster care right now, but the safe rooms, I know that every county doesn't have one, and, you know, we discussed that, and somehow, you know, I would like for us to try and concentrate on making sure that they all do. These children have a place to go and clean up and spend the night, or, you know, get themselves prepared for the foster parent. And then we also talked about it's a lot easier sometimes for the foster parent to actually pick them up than to just take them to their home. So is that something that, I know it's going to be really expensive, but is that something that we can work on, that each county have a place for that instead of them having to go into the department, some of the offices? And I know I talked to some of our people in Dixon, and sometimes some of those children do sleep in those offices until they can find a place to put them. And I'm not blaming them. I'm thankful that they take them there instead of just leaving them out. But could you kind of address that a little bit, please?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for asking further. One of the reasons I wanted you to see the photographs is just to highlight, I guess, the difference in the atmosphere of these safe rooms and houses. Just last week, Deputy Commissioner Wilson and I met with 2 sort of mega churches, if you want to call them that, in Davidson County, who are looking at modifying space that they already own, multiple spaces, to do just this. And I'm highlighting those 2, but it is going on all across the state. That's actually part of the Tennessee Fosters Hope initiative. But in addition to, like that example, I've been on a phone call with multiple, I was asked to appear with multiple pastors across the state who are so interested in doing just this kind of thing, because they'll have a room or they'll have a space that's not used during the week and often very used on a limited basis on the weekend. So absolutely, it's important. If we had availability of those type spaces in every county in the state, you think about it. I mean, it changes that entire, I guess, the entire experience for a child that is removed from their home. Instead of going to an office, they go to, and just like you said, I mean, when they go to an office, there's going to be food there, toys there, a place to watch movies. It's not places to sleep. So yes, we do our very best, but it's not the same as going into one of the spaces like you've seen there. So absolutely, it's a wonderful goal. We're We are very much seeking to have a place in every county. Deputy Commissioner Wilson, do you have anything to add?
Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Just to share the passion we have for making this happen, we've actually submitted a proposal for funding through the American Recovery Act that would support having safe rooms or transitional placement housing for up to 3 sites in every single region. There are an abundance of community partners who embrace the vision for this and say we have the resources to support it. But there are others who would be totally willing to support facilities that will need some support in making that happen. And so I can only say it's a passion for us now. Yes, we diligently recruit permanent foster homes, but we're facing the reality that for the past several months, we've had a decline in foster homes that are immediately open to accepting kids. And we're still equally committed to reducing as much trauma as possible for those children, even if it takes a day or two longer to find a permanent foster placement. And this is an appropriate mechanism for that transitional permanency.
Thank you. I have 2 more, and then I guess I need to open up the floor for other people, our other members. But I had on the foster care board in Dixon, and we don't have near enough families in Dixon County, but we do. So ours kind of go to the west, but I don't know how do we go about, like in our rural area of Dixon, trying to recruit foster homes. And I've worked with the Casey Foundation a lot, so that I'm glad you're bringing them in. So thanks for doing that.
You know, every region has its own plan of recruitment. And the reason that we say every region, and y'all saw the map, the 12 regions, because what works for recruitment in the Northeast probably won't work for recruitment in the Southwest, and probably won't work for recruitment in Davidson. So we try and not take a cookie cutter approach to recruitment. But when I hear what you say about Dixon, and many, Dixon isn't on an island alone with having, not enough. I mean, Deputy Commissioner Wilson can speak to it, but I know, from my perspective, it's all about letting people know. And I know that our department is willing to appear in front of anybody to educate them about the classes. It's why we did things like move the classes online, reduce the hours where we can for a particular household. It's why we help with respite care. It's why, so we do everything we can to make it easier, like with Representative Fason's recommendation about don't make us, basically, don't make us old, not age-wise, but foster parents start from scratch. Well, great idea, okay. So we're doing our best like that, but I would say that to any member of the General Assembly with respect to your particular area, it's to help us get the word out. It's either your own, community organizations, your Rotaries, your churches, your groups, and even if it turned up 2 or 3, families that were willing. I mean, that's such a huge, that's a game changer for those kids, because keeping them maybe in their own school, keeping them, I said a few minutes ago, and I don't know if he was in here, but, the rule that Representative Harris was part of, and making it easier for children who had to move away from their school to get to play sports. Well, what you're talking about would prevent that from even happening if you had enough, foster homes right in the area. So anything we can do, and then I'm going to ask, if you'll allow it, Deputy Commissioner Wilson to maybe speak to it.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So the Commissioner has expressed some excellent ideas of how we're trying to operate in the current environment. The department has always had the position that foster parents are our best recruiters. Their interaction with each other, their face-to-face contact, their ability to intermingle and exchange ideas during annual face-to-face conferences, that has always fostered a strong opportunity for us to maintain more than an adequate pool of foster parents. The past year and a half, those potential opportunities, those opportunities have not been available. We've done most of our work virtually. There's that isolation factor that does not enable that interaction. The things we're doing to try to compensate for that is enhancing the social media contacts and efforts. We are partnering with Tennessee Kids Belong and the Tennessee Alliance for Kids through Tennessee Fosters to enhance those opportunities and to reach out at a much greater level. The most frequent themes you see in regions in terms of recruitment these days is connecting with Tennessee Kids Belong to support how we reach out to the faith-based community. And so that's happening statewide, whether you are in an urban area or a rural area.
Thank you. And I do want to interact that Dixon has great foster care parents, but we just don't have enough.
Sure,
So we do need to figure out how to do that. Now, I want to switch over to the adoption. Are most of our foster care parents adoption ready, or how is that working?
I'll start if I may. You know, we're a foster to adopt state. So, and many of our foster parents may not be looking or interested in adoption, and flip side is many are. I don't know the breakdown in numbers. I don't know whether Deputy Commissioner Wilson does or not, but we have both. You know, we have foster parents who just have a heart for, you know, teenage kids. But remember, we have foster kids of a particular age, a lot of times teenagers who do not want to be adopted. They are close to, boy, I don't like that word, aging out, but they are close to being 18. They may see nothing wrong with the home that they were taken from, and they really just want to reach that particular age where they can make their own decisions. So it's sort of a, we have some of all.
So the Commissioner has articulated that we are a foster to adopt state. So if you're going to adopt through the public agency, you must foster first as part of that process. So in that respect, all foster parents receive some training toward permanency. And we also are a concurrent planning state, as are most states. So you plan for the best, a great reunification if possible, but you plan concurrently for alternative permanency, be that through subsidized permanent guardianship or adoption. So at any point in time, roughly 50% of our kids in full guardianship are placed with a family that plans to adopt. They have a family already identified. And the remaining 50%, sometimes we can work with the family to guide them toward a willingness to adopt, and sometimes we have to look for alternative permanency for that group of kids.
Are there any other questions for the department? Representative Bricken?
Yes, Commissioner Nichols, if you don't mind, just for background, your history with the department, would you mind sharing that with us?
I was appointed to this position in January of 2019.
And before that?
Before that, I was with the DA's office for over 20 years. Much of that time spent prosecuting child abuse cases. I was co-located in the CAC with, actually the first in Shelby County to be co-located with DCS. I was a member of SIPET for most of that time, all the years meeting. Every morning I met with DCS and the police to make decisions, to review every child abuse case that came in during the previous 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. I've got a kind of a series of questions. Do you have the number of foster parents applications this year and last year? The number of people applying to become foster parents?
I don't have that number now. If we don't have it if we don't have it in the room, we can get it.
Okay, if you could get that to me.
Okay.
I
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. What is actually, if you can describe the organization chart of the foster care unit of DCS?
We can do that.
So, if I understand your question, you want to know what the organizational structure looks like from the field through central office.
Yes.
And each region and there are 12 regions, 12 organizational regions. Each region has a foster parent support team that's comprised of frontline case managers who provide support to a contingency of foster parents. That team has a team leader. If a region has more than one team of foster parent support staff, there's a team leader for each team of staff. And then there is the regional administrator who oversees the team leader structure. And then at the central office level, we have a foster care unit that is comprised of staff who look at the eligibility factors required for each foster home and ensure compliance with those eligibility factors. And they also are responsible for coordinating all policies that govern foster homes and for ensuring that they coordinate with the department's training unit, all require training.
Okay. I'm going to jump around. There's 12 foster care regions?
There are 12 DCS regions
Okay.
that oversee all programs.
Whether they're foster care or not? Okay,
Yes,
just 12 regions. Okay.
I'm sorry, may I be recognized?
Sure. Yeah.
We can put that map back up for you if we can. It's about the third slide, and it will show you the 12 regions by color, and you'll be able to sort of see what areas.
Well, that's fine. It's not, I guess I was trying to say how, so every 12 areas, whether it's child abuse investigations or whatever, but just, so each area has a foster care component, a child abuse component, an investigation component, so they all operate the same. Is that correct?
Each region has a leader, if you want to, that's over the program area, which is foster care and adoption, which would fall under Deputy Commissioner Wilson. They would also have the leaders that head up the child safety. You heard from Deputy Commissioner Carla Aaron earlier, so those individuals would fall under her chain. And so yes, sir. Then we have a Deputy Commissioner over health. So we even have regional nurses and psychologists and school specialists that are assigned to every single region. A couple of our regions are one county only. You can imagine the ones, but some of them have as many as, 11, 12, 13 counties, depending on the size and the population.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to get circle to the kind of input for foster parents, and you mentioned earlier in your remarks listening circles, but the policies, the foster care policies that y'all have implemented across the state that every foster care family has to operate under, how do y'all get the feedback from foster care parents in upgrading, revising policies and rules in a formal way so it just doesn't just fall in the no man's land.
Right. So you referred to the listening circles. That's one example of us trying to engage with them.
But go deep into that one, is a listening circle, and who listens to that listening circle?
Yeah, the journey group is what I would like to talk to you about, and if Deputy Commissioner Wilson is certainly able to speak, because I believe it was her idea to begin with. But in addition to those groups, we have this annual conference, which has now been virtual because of the pandemic, but it's also a place where it is well organized, orchestrated, and certainly a lot of opportunity to listen. But having these teams in every region whose job it is to support foster parents is one way. We would rely in central office on those individual people that are assigned to the foster care team in that region to bring feedback back to us. But in the Journey Group is one example of something we've done to make sure just what you said doesn't happen. And that's that somebody's feedback would just fall between the cracks. Deputy Commissioner?
So when you have 2,500 to 3,000 foster parents across the state, all of whom have unique needs, you know that one or two teams of staff are not going to be able to capture all of the feedback from those individuals. That's why we have multiple means of capturing that feedback. And the conferences that the Commissioner mentioned have always been an excellent opportunity to gather new ideas and feedback from foster parents. And almost all regional leadership in the past has held periodic meetings with their foster parents. There's also a statewide foster parent association that's charged with ensuring that each region, county, et cetera, has an association that represents the views and feedback from that population. Most recently, a little under a year ago, we established a foster parent journey work group. That's an interdisciplinary group of DCS foster parents and private provider foster parents, and leaders from training groups and the statewide association. That group is charged with meeting quarterly and hearing any new policy that has evolved from legislation, reacting to it in terms of how it will impact them, but most importantly, bringing to the group, which includes central office leadership and field leadership, feedback on things that are working well and that are not working well, and then we go back in the 3-month period between the last meeting and the next meeting, and there's actually a meeting this week, and accomplish as much in terms of dealing with the issues that foster parent group has presented as challenges, or if they cite something that they think we need to expand on or highlight more, we try to do that. So there are a couple of things that come to mind off the top of my head about things that we've been able to address since June. There was a recommendation on how to approach travel reimbursement that would support foster parents at a much more enhanced rate than we currently do, and rate not meaning money, meaning time. And we've been able to change the policy on that. There was a recommendation on a higher level of participation in resolving foster parent complaints through having them at the table, having advocates at the table when the regional leadership was trying to problem solve that. We've changed the policy on that. There are a couple of other things that we've been able to create policy changes or protocol changes on rather quickly just through identification from that journey work group. Does that kind of answer your question?
I had one more thing to add to that, and that's Deputy Commissioner made reference to this Foster Care Alliance that's a statewide organization. I wanted to make sure it was clear. This is not, they are not part of DCS. So, but we have made their director, or asked their director, to serve on our advisory council. The reason being is that she oversees that, what's the name of the council?
Tennessee Foster and Adopt Association.
So yes, got a long name, but so that she can bring back to us concerns.
All right, let me expand that. The advisory council, is that a DCS advisory council? At what level?
Yes, sir.
At what level is that advisory council?
I'm not sure I understand. You said at what level?
Is it at your level? I mean, do they
Oh,
sit
yes.
there and be, is that a citizens advisory council or a staff advisory council?
It's not a staff advisory council, no, sir. We have people like the director of the Foster Care Alliance and other, like Lynn Farr from, who oversees CASA for the state, people of that level whose job it is to tell us what they see and
I'm gonna kind of wrap up. Again, I hear, what I'm hearing is a struggle, one, of getting foster care families and recruiting them and keeping them. And I certainly, as a legislature and as a parent, I certainly want y'all to be able to, if you need legislation to improve the circumstances and the environment for a foster care parent, please let us know. But it's a lot of its policies and rules that's probably been going on for years. And I know the Zoom meetings have been a real positive and things like this. I just want to challenge y'all to dust off some of this stuff and look at it in a modern way of open and helpfulness, because I've been to your websites. I don't see, we're talking about recruiting foster parents. I mean, most of it's kind of alarming. Someone that says, man, I don't know if I would even qualify, rather than encourage them to apply and then filter them out after they apply. Tell them the reasons why they need to be a foster parent, and then keep those doors open so that if they become foster parents, you keep them. Because I don't know how many people close their homes after they find out it wasn't what we expected. And that's what, I'm just going to stop with that statement, that again, we really need to make it friendly and helpful for every foster parent and family that are out there, and not harder. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those suggestions. Received and received in the light spirit that you gave them, because those are good ideas.
Representative Eldridge, did you have questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chairman.
Y'all can just go back and forth as well.
Thank you. Two things that you brought up on the slides up there. Can you describe to me a therapeutic provider home?
So, in the simplest description I can provide, it's a home that is able to provide the higher needs of kids, often meet enhanced behavioral needs or mental health needs, but needs that don't rise to the level of needing therapeutic or residential or congregate care. So that's the simplest definition I can give you. We often need to put additional services in the home, and if more intensive services are needed, we access a provider. The one that immediately comes to mind that we put in homes often is intercept services, where there's clinical and therapeutic expertise to meet the challenges that the kid presents behaviorally or mentally.
Do you require the foster parent to have any additional training when they're are designated as a therapeutic home.
We do. There are, therapeutic homes are required to have 6 hours of additional training beyond a normal home.
Okay. So these children would be some type of special need, whether it's either some mental support or physical.
It could be physical. If it's intensive physical challenges, it would require a higher level of care. But most often, it's behavioral or mental health needs.
Okay. And my other question was concerning the subsidized permanent guardianship. And if I understood that correctly, that could be a grandparent that is named as a permanent guardian?
It's, excuse me, Commissioner, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just going to say, yes, sir, it could be.
It could be.
That's not the only, certainly circumstance, but yes, sir, that was one example.
The reason that I ask is in my county, 52% of the kids in school are being raised by someone else other than their parent. You know, whether it's a grandparent, whether they're in foster care, but it's an alarming number to me that there's that many people or kids that are being raised by someone else. And I have had some grandparents who have taken on the responsibility. I mean, they've not really it's not been a situation where it's really gone through, Department of Children's Services. It's just the fact that, the parents just decided they didn't want to be parents, or they've got a drug addiction and they can't be a parent. Is that grandparent, or would they be able to receive some type of support? Because some of them only have a Social Security check.
So, in many scenarios, that would be a possibility. For relatives, not just grandparents, who accept responsibility for the custody of a child, for them to receive subsidized guardianship, they will have to go through the foster care training program and become foster parents. And then they receive the regular rate that a foster parent would receive.
Okay.
However, there are other options. All of our regions offer a relative caregiver program that is operated through contract agencies across the state. And in most instances, there are not direct financial benefits from the contract agency or DCS, but we help meet multiple other needs, be it additional household items, transportation needs, clothing, whatever. There are a wide variety of options available to relatives. So many options available that the department has developed a full disclosure video that's out there on the web that anyone can go look at all of the available options, the pros and cons, and select the one that best meets the need of that relative caregiver.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
And may I just add to that? We developed this video in the last 2 years because of the situation you described. In a very typical situation, I'm sure a great number of that 52% that you're talking about, you just said it, their own child decides doesn't want to parent or can't parent, and so the grandparent just takes the child into their home without ever contacting a DCS or anyone else. But when they do that, because of the fear that they were missing out on, I guess, opportunities for some support, when we did know about it, we developed this video and so that it could be shown to them at the beginning, not just hearing it, because we all know, like in the heat of something like that happening, and there's a lot going on that they might not, the information might not soak in. So showing them the video and also posting it so they can go back and watch and see what the options are. It's just one tool that we thought might help, because what you're saying today is certainly not the first time we hear it, and the resources are available. It's just sometimes people choose to not involve the state, for many different reasons.
Thank you.
Representative Gillespie, do you
Chair
recognize?
Chair Lady, I apologize. Can I add one thing
Absolutely.
to Representative
Go right
Elders?
ahead.
Representative Eldridge and all the committee members and Chair Lake, I'll send you that guide that the Commissioner's referencing, and it has a link to the video. That'd be very educational to walk you through. That way, if you have a constituent ask you a question, you'll have that guide and can help point them in that direction.
Thank
The
you.
other thing, the funding piece, when it's a certified foster home, like Deputy Commissioner referenced, we are able to draw down federal dollars, and so some of those payments that go to the certified foster homes are federal dollars. So that is a consideration where the relative, if they don't go through that process, they're not a certified home, we don't get the same federal drawdown for that. So that's just something to add to that discussion.
Representative Gillespie, you recognize, y'all could just go back and forth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thanks for being here. So I live in Shelby County, and I know that you have a great deal of background working with the Child Advocacy Center there and the DA's office. And right now what we're seeing, and I think this has been pretty much ongoing, is you have a lot of children that are going into the criminal justice system or juvenile court, rightfully so in some cases, but a lot of them are either in DCS custody or have been in DCS custody. And I just want to know if you can just walk me through what y'all's procedures are when kids that are in either foster care or in y'all's custody do interact with that side of the system. If you can kind of walk, does that make sense?
It does. So a couple of things happen. Very, very often, a youth may become just as involved, i.e. arrested maybe for a criminal act, and they won't be in our custody. But so during that next months, as the juvenile court judge deals with them and decides where they need to be, the judge, of course, could send them back home. The judge could tell DCS that you're going to find a placement, and we do that. And at that point, they, become ours essentially. Sometimes we have them in our custody until they turn 19. Sort of depends on the level of confinement, or treatment. Because remember, they're not in jail. They go to, YDC. They're not allowed to leave, but on the other hand, they're supposed to be going to school, getting therapy, getting treatment for all of those, and sometimes they stay until they're 19. In terms of walking you through the process, literally it's youth by youth, because we have those that are already in our custody, as you said, that they may be in our custody living in a foster home and then get into trouble, and at that point, again, it sort of becomes what the judge says, whether the judge is going to let them go back to, depending on maybe what the allegation was, or whether or not the judge is going to require, or it will be determined that they be in a congregate, situation such as a Wilder, Mountain View, or one of the others.
So basically, I kind of heard two things there. It's really up to the judge's discretion. The problem that we're having, and I know that you're very aware of it, is that I don't even know. I would say hundreds of kids in Shelby County alone are going through the system of both the criminal justice system or juvenile court system, when in some cases it may be best for them to be in maybe one of the therapeutic homes, or instead of this constant cycle of a 15, 16-year-old that are in some cases just being absent from school. Very minor things. And I just want to know, and we can talk off the record, but I just want to know what we can do in this committee or in the legislature to help y'all, or if it's even helping Department of Corrections or whomever in coordinating that in all cases.
And I believe there's going to be, during the summer study, a good bit of discussion around truancy and things like that. I can tell you that, and I'll ask anyone to correct me if I'm wrong, it is rare that simple truancy would bring a child into our custody. Yes, we get allegations of educational neglect, But generally, that would be a situation where we would put services in their home to try and support the parent and explain and try and help in that way, as opposed to bringing them into custody. And I'm receiving confirmation that I'm correct. But as you know, very often, it's not just going to be the truancy. There'll be other issues around that, and truancy is probably a symptom, of larger problems.
Are there any other questions? So we're running we're running way behind, but I think we've done really well. We've asked good questions. I think we've learned more. I know I've learned things, and so we've had good presentations. And thank y'all very much. And I think the one question that's come out of all this is, how can we help you guys to help with the foster care and the adoption, to make it an easier process, or getting it awareness out in the communities. And I think maybe that's where we're failing, is with our awareness in our community. So that's something that we all need to work on. But we do thank you for being here, and we'll move on to the other. But I look forward to working with you during the rest of the summer and in the next session, because I think with our drugs aren't getting any better, so we know that this is not going to go away for a long time. So we've just got to find an easier way to deal with it and to get more people involved. So thank y'all very much for being here. So we are running just a little bit behind, but we're going to go ahead and meet with CASA before our lunch break. So if you each could introduce yourselves and who you're with, please, for the record.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I'm Lynn Farah. I'm Lynn Farah, the Executive Director of the Tennessee CASA Association. But today I'm honored to serve as the President of the Joint Task Force on Children's Justice and Child Sexual Abuse. And we are honored and privileged to be able to present to you today. Appreciate you, Madam Chairman, and the members of this committee, and the attention and the energy that you put into the needs of children and families in the state of Tennessee. So I will ask my colleagues to my right to introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Tony Lawal, and I'm with the University of Tennessee College of Social Work Office of Research and Public Service, and I am the coordinator for the Joint Task Force.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Sinback, and good to see you, Representative Littleton and members of the committee. I am the court administrator for the Davidson County Juvenile Court for Judge Sheila Calloway, and today I'm here in my capacity as the chairperson of the Court Improvement Committee of the Joint Task Force, and it's great to be here with you all.
Good morning. My name is Melissa McGee, and I work with the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, and I am privileged to work with the Treatment Committee of the Children's Justice Task Force. I am sitting in for Dr. John Ebert, who is our chairperson for that Treatment Committee.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Davis with Nurture the Next, and here today in representation of the Outreach and Awareness Committee of the Joint Task Force. Thanks.
I'm Tom Miner. I'm a recently retired assistant district attorney, and I'm here today in my capacity as chairman of the Child Protection Investigation Team Subcommittee of the task force.
And before I go into formal remarks, I would like to call attention to the Children's Advisory Council that Commissioner Nichols mentioned, and I'm past chairman of that council and current member, and it is a council of child welfare leaders across the state of Tennessee who meet regularly, quarterly, to share ideas and to elevate policies and do the best job we can for children and families. So I just wanted to connect that for y'all because you had some questions about that earlier.
Thank you. So let's start with you with your presentation and then go across the board, and then we'll ask for questions, if that's okay with you guys.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Littleton.
And if we could just keep our remarks to, after the presentation, to 3 to 5 minutes, please.
So in 1985, the Tennessee General Assembly enacted legislation requiring the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, DCS, and the Joint Task Force on Children's Justice and Child Sexual Abuse to develop a biennial state plan addressing Tennessee's response to child sexual abuse and other forms of severe abuse. DCS collaborates with the JTF, and a group of 48 child welfare, juvenile justice, health care, and mental health professionals across Tennessee are appointed by the DCS commissioner. And I would also like to call attention to Carla Aaron, who is Deputy Commissioner for Office of Child Safety. You've heard from her a few times this morning, and she is the liaison with DCS with whom we work to be sure that we are connected between our Joint Task Force and the Department of Children's Services.
So what did the collaboration between DCS and JTF accomplish in fiscal year 2020?
You can do the
Okay, do the slide. 12,651 adults received child sexual abuse training in Tennessee. 14,978 people completed the child abuse mandated reporter online training. 15,975 public educators completed the human trafficking training. 1,841 foster parents attended the 2020 Department of Children's Services Foster Parent Virtual Conference. 708 law enforcement personnel completed the human trafficking training. 588 people attended the 2020 annual virtual Connecting for Children's Justice Conference. 5 safe baby courts were established statewide to address the unique needs of families with infants and toddlers who are involved in the child welfare system, bringing the state's total to 12. And DCS rolled out child sexual abuse workshops in Middle Tennessee for DCS staff and CIPID partners to investigate cases involving child sexual abuse. And between July 1st and 2019 and June 30, 2020, DCS investigated 15,133 allegations of child sexual abuse and 433 allegations of commercial sexual exploitation of a minor.
So we will go into the goals and the committee work that's happening this year, and this is the executive committee of the Joint Task Force, and they will, we will first call on Tom Miner, chairman of the Civic Committee.
As was pointed out earlier, the General Assembly took a giant leap in 1985 in creating some legislation. They recognized at that time that there needed to be a comprehensive approach to prevention and investigation of child abuse, and passed a package of legislation that became 37-1-601, etc. Part of that legislation created the child protection investigation teams. The legislation required that each county in the state have a team to investigate child abuse cases that consisted of a representative of the Department of Children's Services, law enforcement, district attorney's office. Later, the child advocacy centers, as they came online, became involved, and juvenile justice. And the purpose of that was to be able to share those people's talents, have them working all as one unit, as opposed to working separately in DCS investigations versus law enforcement investigations, hopefully to improve the quality of the investigations that were conducted and to limit the amount of time that the children were involved in being interviewed and dealing with people from different agencies. The SIPC committee is made up of representatives of those different organizations, DCS, law enforcement, District Attorney's Office, the Child Advocacy Center, and Juvenile Court, all persons who are either currently active in the field or are supervisors who have recently come from the field, and they give their experience and their institutional knowledge working together as a group to support the investigators who are out actively investigating at this time. An example of that institutional knowledge would be something you've talked about earlier today, and that is anonymous reporting. One thing that we know from our personal experience is we go out, for instance, and we train teachers about their obligation as mandatory reporters, and there are criminal sanctions that are attached to that. We tell them, when you call in a report, give your name. So we don't have to come back and wonder, you know, we have some child come to us and tell us, I told my teacher this, and we don't know that they reported it. We deal with teachers who tell us that they would rather make an anonymous report and risk being subject to this mandatory reporting statute than give their name because they're afraid of retaliation if their identity becomes known. Of course, there are provisions in the statute to protect those people's identity, but they don't always have confidence that that identity will be protected. So that's you know, the kind of information that people that are on that SIPC committee have acquired with the passage of time. We also are aware of the issues that you discussed with interviewing. And certainly the stories that you heard earlier today are outliers. The people that work with SIPC teams are trained that their initial contact with the child is to be just a minimum facts interview, just to get basic knowledge about how to contact family members, whether there's something that demands immediate attention, and then those referrals are to be made on to the child advocacy centers where the entire team can be present for the interview, can have input, and those interviews are made at child-friendly facilities by trained forensic interviewers. That is information that the task force puts out to the teams that are in the field all the time. One of our accomplishments over the last year has been to update a best practices manual that we offer out to the teams in the field, talking about how to organize their team, references to the statutes about their obligations, practical tips in how to go about their investigations, how to use the child advocacy centers, how to collect evidence, and protect that evidence. Another thing that we've been recently involved in is whether there's a need across the state to standardize medical forensic interviews of children who are being examined either from allegations of sexual abuse or allegations of physical abuse. What services can we provide the medical community so that they can generate good evidence that law enforcement can use? In the process of doing that, one of the things that we've learned is that there are only 4 medical doctors in the state of Tennessee who are board certified in child abuse examinations who are actually actively practicing in the state. So we're currently looking at the possibility of doing something to encourage people to enter into that field or engage in recruitment in that field. And those are our primary focuses within the last year. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Simbach again. I am honored to be the chairperson of the Court Improvement Committee. We have a very robust committee dedicated to improving the court procedures involved with child welfare proceedings. We have two judges, Judge Carter and Judge Mize are on our committee. We also have representatives from the AOC, from the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. We have a member of the private bar who works in child welfare. We have a lot of different various people with expertise that are on our committee and giving input. We also have a DCS attorney, Sammy Mayfair, who's incredible. We try to make sure that there's sufficient education to people who are testifying in child welfare proceedings, such as we have a guide for social workers who are testifying as witnesses to help them with that, because a lot of times that's a very daunting task for a social worker. We are currently preparing a booklet for youth who are involved in child welfare proceedings in dependency and neglect cases that will explain to them what the process is all about in very simple terms. And they can read it before they go to court, understand who all the players are, what does it mean, what do the proceedings mean, and what's going to happen in court. And we actually have the Metropolitan Arts Commission has a project to do art for that booklet using former foster care youth and making sure that it's reviewed by them, that it's understandable, and that they're participating and making sure that it's a great book for all of the youth in that situation. We also work on preparing trainings and conducting trainings, recommending trainings to the Tennessee judges group. And we just recently, there was one at the virtual judicial conference that was about immediate protection agreements, or IPAs, which has been a issue of a lot of consternation across the state with DCS practices not being consistent in all places when they put these protective agreements in place. And so we're working to really clarify those practices for courts across the state, train judges, make sure that people understand what the DCS policies are. The policies are very clear and protective, but they're not always understood by all the courts and all the participants in those proceedings. And so trying to make sure that everyone's educated on what should be happening, when petitions should be filed once an IPA is put in place, and also clarifying other procedures that are part of non-custodial DCS proceedings, the proceedings where parents may be ordered to do things, but the children may not necessarily be going into the custody of DCS. And those are the main things that we're doing. We continue to really work to make sure that we also have a pro se motion so that people can file their own dependency and neglect proceedings and be able to make their pleadings known in court if they don't have an attorney. So those are some of the main things we're working on.
Hi, Kristen Davis with Nurture the Next, and I'm here honored today to represent the Outreach and Awareness Committee. Sandra Allen is the chair and could not be with us today, but I'm thrilled to be here and as a part of this committee for several years. So as you all may know, April is nationally recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month. So this committee spent a good amount of time planning for a statewide launch of awareness and outreach regarding boosting parents, lifting parents, encouraging parents during that month of April. At Nurture the Next, we released a digital campaign that was housed on our sister website, parentingtn.org, and also released on all of our social media, and partnered with the JTF to make sure that parents had access to parenting videos, tips, and also ways that as a community we can support parents to ensure that they have the resources that they need to be healthy and safe. Working closely with DCS, the committee also promoted this particular national event to faith communities and encouraged them to take an active role in Child Abuse Prevention Month, knowing that many families rely heavily on their faith communities year-round for support and services, and that they needed to be able to disseminate that information as well. Also, in partnership with DCS, The Outreach and Awareness Committee assisted in the development of keeping children and families safe during COVID-19 and social distancing. As you all know, COVID-19 was a particularly challenging time for parents and being socially distanced while also trying to navigate remote learning and access to resources was very, very difficult. So we were really pleased that in August of 2020, that document was disseminated to all school districts as well as all child-serving agencies, the courts, and other educational professionals such as the University of Tennessee's extension staff who serve children and youth in Tennessee's 95 counties. We are currently working on assessing what training is currently provided to child care providers and children, advising DHS about developmentally appropriate training to children and training on mandated reporting, signs and symptoms, child sexual abuse training, and child care providers to be able to receive that training. We're also updating the practice guidelines related to Aaron's Law, which you all may be familiar with, and having as a part of that document including child sexual abuse resources and curriculum for kids ages K through 12. And then continuing to inform the state child serving agencies, schools, and other children and youth serving organizations of child welfare resources, training opportunities, and other events that can continue to promote child safety across the state. Thank you.
Hello again, I'm Melissa McGee, and I am sitting in for Dr. John Ebert of the Vanderbilt Center of Excellence, who is the chairperson for our treatment committee. As part of the treatment committee, our goal has really been to just identify and support the work of the full committee in all that they do, specifically around treatment practices, protocols, and do our best to identify, review, and educate on the best practices for working with children who are victim of sexual abuse. So over the past year, one of our focuses, our main focus, has been to establish, review, and finalize a document around children who experience commercial sexual exploitation as minors, obviously. And so over the past year, we have had great time with Zoom meetings working on our document. We are very thankful to Dr. William Murphy and Dr. Jackie Page over in Memphis, who have really been the heart of this work, and Dr. Larry Seaman, who also is on our committee. They have been great at helping us kind of gather our thoughts and figure out how we wanted to address this topic. So our paper is really a review of the literature, because what we realized was that we wanted to know and to kind of ask the question of how do we intervene and support children who have had these experiences with commercial sexual exploitation. And there's just not a lot of data or research-based information out there. There are no best practices out there. There is research. It is not what we would identify as really great research, because it's maybe doesn't have a control study, which means to look at a population that hasn't experienced it, or it only looks at one particular lane of youth that have experienced it, or it may generalize commercial sexual exploitation into a whole bucket of general trauma. So there just hasn't been a ton of work, and we thought this would be a great start to help support DCS, our COEs, our CACs, all the folks who work with our kids and families that are experiencing this. And so we have pretty much finalized that. I think we are on the topic of what is the cover going to look like, and then that will be distributed out to those folks that I just mentioned, and then we will continue our next steps, or to identify next steps. How do we help the folks who do get this document, who can read this background, who can understand where we're coming from as a treatment team, and how they can continue to move forward with best practices? Then that's our next step, is to help them identify next steps and where can we support research and best practice information.
Several times, what can we do for you? And so we always want to work together on behalf of policies with the General Assembly for best practices for children. And of course, that also comes with funding that is necessary to empower DCS to do a good job, to have the staff training and enough staff to be able to address the needs of children in Tennessee. And so we recommend that we all in the state of Tennessee, together with the General Assembly and Governor Lee, work together to always bring the needs of children to light and do what we can to respond. And this is what this committee has been dedicated to doing since its inception. So I appreciate your time this morning.
And thank you guys very much for being here. It's very informative and very depressing. So it's a lot of our stuff, but to think that we're doing something to help, it makes us feel a lot better. So we do know that it's a problem. And, I've read reports that if you leave children in drug-exposed homes, most of them are sexually abused by the age of 15. But I think Carla will agree with me. We're seeing that it's happening a lot sooner than that because we're seeing 6 to 8 year olds, and then they're sexually active with each other. So it's definitely a problem that we have and one that we fight every day. So thank you guys. So with me saying that, I'll open it up. Representative Bricken, you're recognized. And y'all can just go back and forth.
All right, thanks, Madam Chairman. Just start me off on a global basis. About CASA itself and the funding of CASA. I know it receives, in our area, local fundings from mostly by their own fundraisers. But what does the state currently provide CASA as far as funding? And are all y'all volunteers? Are y'all DCS workers? Or are y'all just curious there too? So.
Well, I want to clear up a little bit. This is the Joint Task Force.
Okay.
And this is the executive committee of the Joint Task Force who have a variety of different professional roles to play. So they're not directly connected to CASA, although I depend on them as colleagues in child welfare every day. But I am the director of Tennessee CASA, and we are a network of 31 local nonprofit organizations that serve 57 counties in the state of Tennessee. And as you know, CASA works in your district that serves Coffee, Bedford, and Franklin counties. It's actually my former program. That's where I began 20 plus years ago. They do have a lot of fundraisers in their local communities. They get grants in their local communities. But as far as state money, we get $22,000 per county for every single program in Tennessee. And it is administered.
Just to interrupt, when you say we get $22,000 per county, is we being?
The CASA programs get $22,000 per county. So some programs are one county, some 2 counties. The one in your district is 3 counties, so they get $66,000. So it's $22,000 per county, and it is administered through the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. And so these grants are contracts through TCCY. They're reimbursement only, so we spend the money and then get reimbursed by the state for that money. Tennessee CASA, that I'm the executive director, we are the state organization that provides support, training, and technical assistance to the network. And we get currently $111,000. And it's administered through TCCY as well.
All right, maybe the Joint Task Force is the appointment. I mean, again, I'm not sure if y'all all volunteers. Y'all work for the state. Y'all work for the governor. I'm not. So
the Joint Task Force members are a group of volunteers that are appointed by the DCS Commissioner. There is no funding from the state for the Joint Task Force. The Joint Task Force serves a dual role. They are state mandated and federally mandated. And through their federal mandate, they receive funding.
Okay. I appreciate it. I just, again, I'm not sure if there's an organization chart that y'all publish that shows the interconnectivity. And because I don't want to get off into it, because it is also confusing for even a layperson when it comes to CASA and the overlapping with some of the other functions, whether it's internally with DCS or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's just, I mean, it's for y'all, I'm sure y'all understand it well, but from the outside, it's confusing. So,
Well, the Joint Task Force is a group of child welfare professionals across the state of Tennessee who come together for this mandated purpose of addressing children's justice and child sexual abuse. And each of us in our professional capacities are appointed by Commissioner Jennifer Nichols to serve on this Joint Task Force. And so we wanted to share with you the actions and responsibilities and the accomplishments of the task force.
thank you.
And the task force was created in 1985 by this body, by the General Assembly, to provide guidance on child sexual abuse.
Thank you.
Representative Gillespie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that you receive federal funding. What does that entail?
The funding comes from the Children's Justice Act through the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. Carla Aaron, do you want to speak to that? Yeah.
Come forward and introduce yourself again, please, for the record.
Carla Aaron, Deputy Commissioner from the Office of Child Safety. I've been around a long time. I know the answers. It actually comes through the Children's Justice Act, which is a subsection of CAPTA, the Child Abuse Prevention Treatment Act. And Tennessee gets roughly $330,000 a year. $330,000 a year. And I'll say that's been the same amount for about 25 years. But a portion of that goes to support UT Schwartz, who, Tony and her staff facilitate and help with the Children's Justice Task Force. We create annual reports, or they create actually every other year reports. We also report to the Children's Bureau. And I'll put a plug in, and it's several times we've gone to Washington and for our annual meetings, and they've asked Tennessee to present on our Children's Justice Task Force. We have one of the most active ones across the country. Yeah. They actually do a lot. They meet their goals. They make recommendations. They align it with the department goals, with the Second Look Commission goals, with other initiatives that are going on, in different areas of the state. So we have a really, really active body, and the department relies heavily on the expertise and advice that we get from them and take the recommendations very seriously. So put a little plug in for them.
You touched on something now about other states, and maybe I misheard you. You said that Tennessee is one of the more active states in this area.
The role of the Children's Justice Task Force is one of the more active ones.
So where in the, from what the legislature created, this body created in '85, how does that compare to other states? Are we kind of?
Great question. I serve on several national committees and have other colleagues on a statewide level, and there are many states that do not have the legislation we have that mandates that we do the investigation as a team. Actually, we have states that come to us through the department and ask, how was that created? Let me see a copy of your legislation. How does that work? They're very envious of this. Mandating law enforcement, the DAs, child advocacy centers, forensic interviewers, and the department to work together and to collaborate is significant for not only our children and families, but for the state agencies. And there's a lot of states that really are envious and would like to have that, but they don't have the wonderful legislative body to push that forward, so that we do. So we're very appreciative of that for, 30-some years? I can't do the math. 30, 35, 36 years, so.
Any more questions? Thank you. Any more questions for the board, the advisory board? We do appreciate the job that you do. Anything that we can do to make it a safer place for our children, that's our goal as our committee. We like to say we'd want to save every child, but if we can do it one at a time, that's what we intend to do, to do our very best to save them all. But each one that we can save, or at least help them along the way after they've been abused, then that's what we're here for. So thank you guys for being here today, and appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to take a quick recess for lunch and maybe be back around 1 o'clock. We're in recess. So we're going back into session. And up next, we have Joseph Williams from the Governor's Office. If you would come forward and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you today. My name is Joseph Williams. I am the Director of External Affairs on Governor Lee's senior staff, and I've had the honor of playing a very small role in one of Governor Lee's really exciting initiatives called Tennessee Fosters Hope, which is the primary reason I'm here today, is to highlight that. But before I go into those details, I think it's worth stating that the Governor and First Lady have been very clear from the first time they came into office that helping vulnerable children and families is a huge priority for them. And like many of their priorities and their initiatives, that comes from their personal work and experience in that long before they ever campaigned for governor. The First Lady's family growing up was a foster home for many babies and children. And so from her earliest days as a young girl, helping care for foster children, this was something really important to her. The Governor and the First Lady and their children have served orphans and with ministries serving in the foster care, adoption, and vulnerable children and families arena, both around the world and here at home in Tennessee. It's because of that the Governor has recognized he wants to place a huge priority on making Tennessee a national leader in foster care and adoption. And he realizes that the government and the Department of Children's Services and the administration at every level has a role to play in that. But then in order to be successful, we have to partner with the private sector, with faith-based entities, with nonprofits in this state who are, international leaders in this space of supporting adoption, foster care, and children and families who are experiencing that. At the very core of who we are, as the Governor said when he announced his Tennessee Fosters Hope initiative, there's a deep need for connection, belonging, and security, with the most fundamental need of any child being a safe and loving home. We have a crisis in this country of children who don't have this basic yet critical need met, and the Governor is committed to serving these children, and the belief of the inherent God-given dignity of all people drives that initiative. And so because of that, and recognizing that many of the government entities, many of the nonprofits and faith-based entities in our state are leaders in this, you've already heard from some of them today, you'll be hearing from some more of them this afternoon after me, he announced the Tennessee Fosters Hope initiative. The original partners in that were Tennessee Kids Belong, Show Hope, which is Stephen Curtis and Mary Beth Chapman's orphan care and adoption support nonprofit, the Memphis Family Connection Center, and the Governor's Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives. Since the initiative is launched, we've had a lot of other entities, including the Tennessee Alliance for Kids, Both Hands, and then obviously the Department of Children's Services within the government has played a key role from the very beginning in bringing all of these people from the private sector, nonprofit sector, and government together in order to have this initiative. Our year one goals for Tennessee Fosters Hope are certify at least 1,500 new foster homes with a focus on recruiting and certifying homes willing to take teenagers and sibling groups, which are usually higher need, and there are less opportunities for homes that will take these individuals. Engage at least 500 churches and houses of worship statewide with a focus on finding a champion church in each DCS region to support the foster and adoptive needs of children and families in their communities. Recruit at least 250 new Tennessee businesses to register on Tennessee Kids Belong Foster Friendly app, which Tennessee was one of the first states in the nation to adopt in pursuit of becoming the most foster-friendly state in the country, and achieve a forever home for at least 150 of the 300-plus children currently awaiting permanency in DCS custody. I know you've heard some today, and you'll hear more this afternoon about how the pandemic and the last year has led to a situation in which there are both higher turnover and fewer foster homes in the state, paired with more children in state custody due to the various crises our state is facing. And so that just shows that this initiative and this collaboration of bringing all these stakeholders around the table, working together to ensure that the fundamental basic need of every child in the state, having a loving family and a caring home where they can be safe and where they can flourish and have their needs met. Tennessee Fosters Hope will be a multiple-year initiative. We hope to meet all of these goals over the next few months and set even more audacious goals informed by how the first year went. We have already found that collaboration between all of these entities and the Governor's Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, the Department of Children's Services, and these nonprofits and other stakeholders working together, talking about these issues has been incredibly helpful towards meeting these metrics and getting things done. So I'd love to answer any questions you have today, and it's an honor to be here, and thank you for shining a light and a focus on this important issue.
And we appreciate you being here, too. So I'm going to start out with a couple of questions, and I know the rest of them. I have several as well. We talked about the faith-based and community organizations, and we talked with DCS earlier about like the Isaiah, the 117, and I know other counties have different homes like that for children, but we need one of those we need one of those, at least one in every county. So we're trying to figure out how we could go about trying to help with that project. I know we have a church that has a room called the Dream Room, and there's some bunk beds there, but I think it'd be easier for foster care parents, especially new ones, because when the children come in, they have nothing for them, no clothes, no formula, no diapers, any of that stuff. So if each county could have a dream room or a bigger dream room or a home like Isaiah's place, I think that would be very helpful to us. And I know that those rooms, I know some of these children, when they come out of the homes, they're not clean, and some of them have other things wrong with them. Mm-hmm. And so this would be a place to clean them up and get them ready to face the foster parents. And two, we think it's easier if the foster parents go pick them up than if and maybe if they need a car seat or the little pack and play or any of that, that would be there available for them. So I think if we make things easier for them that way, I think it looks a lot better. You know, we're there for you. You know, instead of saying you're here for us, mm-hmm. we need to be there for our foster parents.
I think that is a really good point. And a perfect example of how this model of engaging churches and other houses of worship statewide, that's a wonderful example of what's worked. And that is when you raise this and you have people reach out, they are working with nonprofit partners, Tennessee Kids Belong, the Memphis Family Connection Center, to see what services, because so many churches and nonprofits are already serving families and children so well, right? And you just listed an array of examples here in the state. But what's been wonderful and really encouraging to see is by elevating this conversation and connecting people to resources, they're not only discovering and more people know, well, this is what this church and this is what this nonprofit is doing, but we're also able to provide them with a menu of options of this is how you can go to the next level. Here's an example. And, you know, similar rooms like that and other services similar to Isaiah 117 House, so many churches have said, we would love to provide one of those in our county. And they're able to be connected with DCS, the other people who are already, you know, showing evidence-based best practices in this area to provide these services. And so that's one interesting part of the Tennessee Fosters Hope Initiative, especially around churches, is we're able to see where are you on the continuum of what you're already offering, and how can we give you the support you need in partnership with other nonprofits or DCS in many examples to offer even more and go to the next level. So
I totally agree with that, because I think if the churches have it there available already, instead of having to go to the other members to bring it in, to have it available where they can just kind of go in and shop or say to get their needs, I think that's what we're looking for, you know. And I live in Dixon, so I use it for an example, and I do serve on that foster care review board, so I know that a lot of our children are going out of county. Mm-hmm. They're not. We have some great foster care parents in Dixon County, but a lot of our children are going, and some of them are as far as like Atoka, So that's a long one.
Yeah, that is a long
We'll
one.
ask Deborah Moody how far that is, but, so if we could keep them there, I think that would help our DCS workers as well, because they wouldn't have to be going back and forth, on those days. I mean, that's a full day to drive to get them and then take them back home. So I think it would save us on our workers and maybe not wear them out so quickly either if we could find more foster parents within our own communities.
I think that's what is often surprising to individuals as they engage with Tennessee Fosters Hope. They sign up on the website, we connect them with the nonprofits and with DCS, and to learn the need for foster families in all 95 counties, right? Is often something that surprises people. So you're exactly right.
So I think what I've learned from this already today, I was just talking with someone with DCS that, I would like for in Dixon County to have like a foster care learning or little session or something and bring in mentors that are foster care, and then other people that maybe don't know what it is and how easy it is now to do it since they can take the classes and stuff online. So anyway, thank you for the work and appreciate the governor and you doing this. So any other questions? Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Tennessee Foster Hope, give me a thumbnail. I looked at the website just from there, how it's organized. I mean, is it a body?
So it is a public-private partnership between the Governor's Office, Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, DCS, and then nonprofit entities. So as you saw on the website, when you go on there, there's a contact form and kind of a survey to fill out if you are an individual or a family, if you're a church or a house of worship or a nonprofit, or if you are a business that's interested in leaning in. And then depending on how you answer those questions, we then connect you. In some cases, it makes the most sense to connect with the Department of Children's Services. In some cases, you're a church, you're going to work with the Governor's Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, and Tennessee Kids Belong to partner. So
I follow that part. I'm getting at the top of the organization itself. I mean, is every chairman of each of these faith-based part of a committee that meet, or is there an organization at the top for this to function and assign? Are they going to meet their goals?
Yeah, so it's a collaborative initiative.
I know, but that can get mucky.
Yeah. No, that's right. Headed by the Governor's Office. And there are, each individual partner is in communication with DCS or the Governor's Office or one another weekly. But there are monthly convenings to check in on metrics, to report out, to see how things are going, which has the head or a representative of each of those organizations as a part of those meetings.
So from the Governor's Office, who is going to be the person assigned to coordinate and report on those metrics?
So it's, it is all of us working together, but two of the individuals in the Governor's Office that work on it the most are myself and one of our senior policy individuals on our policy team.
Again, from an organization standpoint, it still sounds a little loose and unidentified, I'll be honest, from just...
In terms of who will report out the success and future goals, that'll be the Governor's Office.
Okay. You mentioned one of the goals, 1,500 new foster care homes. Who's that going to be assigned to?
I mean, that primarily is working with DCS, but obviously there are foster homes with organizations like Agape, who is here this afternoon, which obviously that is the Tennessee Alliance for Children and Families, which is a good number of nonprofit, faith-based, and public sector agencies. So we're in collaboration with them so that we're tracking the data across all of these entities, both within DCS and also outside.
Okay. Thank you.
And Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned earlier about the form on the website, businesses and nonprofits. What incentives are y'all offering, or are you offering any incentives for business to get involved in getting that number, reaching that number?
Yeah, so there aren't any incentives other than providing examples and opportunities to them, right? And so here's an example. In the coming month, the governor is going to host business leaders breakfast with business leaders from Nashville and Middle Tennessee, but also some from across the state, to highlight what some businesses are already doing. Some of them, it's as simple as a zoo that offers discounts or free passes for a foster family, to car dealerships that give discounted leases to foster families so that they can adopt large sibling groups. Because there are practical obstacles to why certain families say, I can't bring in those 4 children. I don't have a car large enough. And so there have been some car dealerships that have worked with some of those families to make that more doable.
So y'all are actively trying to expand those
recruit.
opportunities
Yes,
and
sir.
recruit. And that's something that the governor's office is doing primarily?
We are working with, to Representative Bricken's point earlier, we are collaborating with all of these partners on those efforts. The Foster Friendly app is a part of Tennessee Kids Belong, one of our partners, which is a subsidiary of America's Kids Belong, which is focusing with state leaders all across the country on this initiative. And that's a way, it has GPS and notifications, so you can literally log in there if you're a foster care family and find, oh, there's a restaurant that offers 20% discount, as an example. So
I would just, that wonderful work. I just want to make sure that you'll continue in those marketing efforts and reaching out to those businesses and corporations that have the resources to help, that don't necessarily know that it's either a problem or an issue to begin with. So thank you.
That's a very good point.
Any other questions? Looks like everybody's good. You explained yours very well. So thank you for being here. And as always, we're here to help any way that we can. So
Thank you. And if you have any follow-up questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
we'll be looking forward to a report when we get back into session.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And next we have Youth Villages. If y'all would come up and introduce yourselves and tell who you're with for the record, please. Thank y'all for being here, and just proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and subcommittee members for letting us come and talk a little bit about our services. We're going to go ahead and get started. We've got some slides. We'll get started here. Is it going to show up? So sorry for the delay. Does it show up on the screen? That's okay. she's talking, maybe.
I'll go ahead and give a overview.
Okay.
Apologies for the delay. Throughout COVID, we've learned that technology can sometimes be our friend and sometimes be a barrier. So thanks for being patient with us. I'll start with an overview of Youth Villages. We are a national organization, but that is Tennessee-based. We currently are in 23 total states. 14 of those are states where we provide direct services, with our operations center being here in Memphis, Tennessee. And we have 9 states where we're providing direct partnership states. So they are other high-fidelity organizations that are implementing some of our programs that we'll talk a little bit more about here in just a moment. There's 94 locations total, and we'll drill down a bit more into Tennessee, which again is where Youth Villages originated in 1986. We currently serve the majority of our kids in the community. So we started as a residential treatment-based organization, but in the mid-90s, we moved to learn that children really need help in their community in order to be successful after receiving out-of-home services, or that we could have an impact on diverting them from placement to begin with. So at this point, the vast majority of our youth are served in the community, either through our intensive in-home services or our treatment foster care services or our transition age youth services, which we'll talk more specifically about. We are really mission focused on helping children and their families that have behavioral or emotional challenges and helping for them to live successfully. We serve currently more than 32,000 families annually across the country, so have a large scale of impact, and again, the majority of those are kids that we are helping to keep safe with either their parents, kin, or if that's not possible, through permanency through the foster care program. In Tennessee, we serve every county, even families in the most rural areas. So we currently have 13 community-based offices plus our operations center in Memphis, Tennessee, but every 95 of our counties is served. Many of our staff live in the more rural areas and are able to work to serve their communities around them. We have staff that have a home-based office, but really work in their specific communities. That way we can reach even those areas where most services aren't readily available. With our services being community-based, we're also going into families' homes, meeting them in their home, in the school. When they have other providers involved, we'll accompany them to those types of appointments. And that really helps in more rural areas where typically transportation might be a challenge. We offer a full continuum of services here in Tennessee, so that goes from the most intensive residential treatment needs to our treatment foster care program. We have 3 group homes here in the Nashville area, and then we also offer our intensive in-home services, and then those services for youth that are aging out of the foster care system. One thing I want to talk about that's specific as well to Tennessee is our specialized crisis services. So we provide specialized crisis or mobile crisis services for 75% of the state of Tennessee. And in those services, we have highly trained clinicians that answer a 24-hour hotline. So anyone that's under the age of 18 in Tennessee is able to call into that hotline when a young person is experiencing suicidal, homicidal, or another behavioral crisis. And at that point, we're able to complete some assessment and determine whether or not we feel that we need to dispatch a clinician on site to complete a thorough assessment. And part of that assessment is determining whether or not we feel that that young person meets the criteria of needing an acute psychiatric hospitalization, or that we may be able to refer them to intensive services in their community and complete safety planning there in the family home. Part of that will include us potentially going to the family home if the assessment didn't occur there. And it's very important that part of that is ensuring that the family home has been swept for potentially harmful substances. So when a young person is experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideations, we want to ensure that we've thought through what could be accessible to a young person where they might be able to access an item where they could harm themselves or someone else. That could include firearms, medications, cleaning supplies, sharp objects. So we walk through that with families if a youth is remaining in the home after a crisis, or even when they're hospitalized and returning home from a crisis. It's important that we teach that family how to restrict readily accessible, potentially harmful items as part of our crisis assessment. We also do follow up with that program, so every young person that's assessed by that program receives a follow-up within 24 hours. Typically, we are able to safely divert around 65 to 70% of those young people from an acute hospitalization stay, which means that we're able to wrap services around them in the community and prevent them from an out-of-home placement. We're going to talk more specific about both our foster care, our intensive in-home services, and our transition age services, which is our LifeSet program. But I will let Nikki start by talking about foster care, which is, I know, our primary reason for being here today. And again, sorry for the technical difficulties.
Yes, thank you. So our foster care program is one of the programs that we have that helps us with what we consider as least restrictive environment of care. So we really want to help serve our children in a family setting if at all possible, if they do have to be removed from their family. So right now, currently, each day we serve more than 500 youth in foster care, and we have around 400 active foster families across the state. We have about 150 staff that are dedicated to our foster care program, and around 45 of those are solely committed to foster parent training, recruiting, and placement. And in the last 2 years, we have finalized around 160 adoptions. One of the things that I think is really significant this past couple years with the pandemic was our shift in getting creative around foster parent retention. Specifically, we really ramped up our attendance with virtual events, increased our media campaigns, and impressions within social media or even traditional media outlets, really highlighted videos. We did several videos with youth to tell their own story, to share across different platforms, which we found to be really successful and really meaningful too for them to be able to share their story. We have 4 targeted focus areas of our strategic plan for foster care growth, which include customer experience, recruiting partnerships, targeted recruitment, and leadership and supervision of our staff. And our campaign, the title is Foster a Little Hope, and we started that in 2018 as just an awareness campaign that people can make a difference in the lives of children and provide hope for them by signing up to be foster parents or even supporting foster care through sharing the message in other ways. Since that campaign started in 2018, it has resulted in more than 59 million impressions, and we really saw a significant, or I shouldn't say significant, but a steady pace of foster parents coming to our organization, still coming through our classes, even throughout the pandemic, which was really encouraging. We still need more of them, but we also shifted quickly during that time to virtual foster parent training, and that was a really big help to them, both with just accessibility, but we found that even in the pandemic, it was just easier for our parents to get to when they usually have families of their own, to be able to engage and to be present in those training classes, which I think really helped with the follow-through. We are also part of the Tennessee Fosters Hope that just was discussed, and are part of that collaborative and initiative to help with the outreach and opportunities for those in foster care. And then lastly, for foster care, we also focus on or have had a project for several years around kinship foster care, and that often when youth come into care, there's an assessment that's done to look for family that is viable for them. And if there is someone that is found, they can actually become a kinship foster placement and allow that youth to remain with family, but also wrap services and support with those family members that maybe weren't planning to take those children into their home. So there's some adaptations to make the process easier for them, and some things that we do to individualize that training to speed up the process so that those children can go quickly with their family, if not automatically, where we add services alongside of that as well. So those are both, or that is an additional area that we have been involved in to help increase the amount of homes.
The only thing in addition to that I would add specific for foster care that I think we've really tried to influence is using our existing foster parents as recruiters for us, especially when our ability to meet face-to-face with folks in the community during the pandemic, having our foster parents who are successful with us and that have identified qualities that make them successful foster parents, pulling on what are their natural social networks so that we can try to help encourage them to also engage in foster parenting, builds their own support network as foster parents, but also helps for us to have additional successful foster parents. I'm going to shift to talking a little bit about our intensive in-home services, which I mentioned is the largest group of youth that we serve. And this directly relates to foster care because we use this program twofold. One, to prevent young people from coming into foster care, but second, to successfully reunify kids that have either been placed in foster care or in another out-of-home placement like residential treatment. So this includes our in-home family-based therapy. It's mental health treatment that really focuses on treatment for both the caregiver but also the young person. So there's parenting skill education, there's educational interventions, positive peer development, and then really working to build that support structure within each specific community. This program has 3 rigorous evaluations that show its effectiveness, both in the areas of preventing custody, but also effectiveness in returning youth home from out-of-home placements. I didn't hit on it much before, but all of our programs have, we have an internal research and evaluation department that completes 6 and 12-month follow-up on all young people that receive services with Youth Villages, in addition to us working with third-party research to complete these rigorous evaluations that show us the effectiveness. So we're getting both outcomes internally, but also externally completing evaluations to make sure that our programs are as effective as we expect and as we plan for. This work is trauma-informed, so we're completing assessments upon admission, both around their potential for risk, but also for past trauma. And we work in all of the areas that surround the child, so this really is systemic work that's focused on the family, the school, the peer group, and the community. We use evidence-based and research-informed interventions. We have a system known as GuideTree, which this is both an online clinical portal that allows for our staff to access those evidence-based and research-informed interventions, but then it's also paired with a licensed program expert that completes weekly consultation with all of our staff in order to help them prioritize and inform what treatment is implemented with each individual family on their individualized treatment plan. We serve youth from 0 to 17 in this program. Our average is around 14 years old for our intensive in-home program, which is our Intercept program. And typically we serve those youth for about 4 months, but it's very intensive work. It is a minimum of 3 times a week, including 24-hour on-call. So a family may, of course, experience crisis outside of the 9 to 5, and so they are contacting our staff around the clock and would receive phone, video, and in-person support dependent on their need. But our staff are ready and prepared to respond in person when a challenging situation occurs with young people in this program.
So if a child is placed in foster care and we are not able to successfully reunify them with their family into a permanent outcome, and they age out of or turn 18 while in foster care, we offer a program called LifeSet, which works with youth who are aged 17 to about 22. It's a little bit flexible on either end of that depending on the need, but we work with them in a full scope of treatment that helps with multiple life domains. I had a really nice graphic that I was going to show of a bridge that shows the different life domains, but they include relational permanency, so helping those young adults to make connections and build support networks and learn the social skills that we all have needed to learn in our life to build our support system. It also focuses on housing, stable and safe housing, and helping them to learn how to connect and maintain safe and stable housing, as well as mental and physical health needs, connecting with a regular doctor or with a counselor if needed. Career and employment needs as well. We do a lot of job prep with them, job interview, resume building, things that really help them with the skills needed to find stable employment and the skills needed to maintain stable employment as well. And then education, post-secondary, GED, technical education, vocational schools, any of those things that they are interested in, we help them to find those and connect with those resources, as well as maintain them. And then just other general life skills, money management, budgeting, transportation. I mean, really anything you can think of that we all had to learn as young adults that maybe our natural support systems provided, but as they age out at 18 from foster care, they don't have that natural support system, and we fill in for that place. So it is a voluntary program. It also includes extension of foster care, which is offered to all youth who age out of care. And it is also evidence-based. We've undergone the largest randomized control trial for this population and found significant impact in multiple of those domains that I mentioned. And it was really the first study that showed that significant impact. It is also through a public-private partnership where we're able to actually offer this service to every single youth who ages out of care. And LifeSet, as an extension from those who transition out of foster care, we just felt like it was important to mention it and highlight the work because we feel like Tennessee is one of the states that has led the nation in this kind of work, being able to offer it to young adults or every young adult who ages out of care. So I think that is our presentation. Do you guys have any questions?
Well, first, let me say that computers are great until they're not.
That is so true.
So we'll be glad to send that around to all the members for presentations.
Thank
So we'll
you.
take care of that.
Thank you.
Either this afternoon or in the morning, but we'll make sure that they all get it. So
Thank you.
we certainly understand that. I want to ask a little bit about adoption. Do you have trouble with the adoption with the teenagers? Is it harder to place them and to have them adopted out?
I would say yes. In general, the more challenging placements to make are those older youth or larger sibling groups. We do focus many of our foster care recruitment on teenagers or larger sibling groups or youth that have some more unique challenges, just knowing that that is who, in general, we have more challenges with placing. With older youth, we put kind of double down our efforts in regards to locating kin as well, because oftentimes if we're able to identify a safe and appropriate kinship option for an older youth, that shortens the length of time to them achieving permanency. So that's something where maybe some of these older youth have been in care for a bit, and we work together with the Department of Children's Services to revisit potential family members, make sure that we leave no stone unturned, because that is typically a way that we can increase the likelihood of finding adoptive homes.
And I guess it's probably just as difficult to find foster homes for them as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So can you kind of give me the process, the adoption process? What your youth villages, how the process that you go through to adopt a child?
Sure. So our placement process in general, we get to know our foster parents really well, what they do well, what their strengths are, and obviously their preferences for what they're looking for their family. But we also really get to know our children as well and what they need in a parent, what would be the best fit for them. And so there's a lot of of effort and time that goes into matching those together. And so there are families who come through that just want to foster, and then some that are just wanting to adopt, and then some of a blend of both. And then there are youth who are eligible for adoption and vice versa. So when we have someone that both wants to adopt and who is eligible for adoption and we make that match, there's a selection process that we go through where the team as a whole, including the department and the providers and the other folks that are just involved on the case, get together and they vet several different foster homes and make a collective decision on who would be the best option for that youth as their pre-adoptive home. And then that youth would have to stay in the home for at least 6 months at that point. But we do in-house for our own youth that we have, we offer free adoption services to all of them. So we have a staff that walks them through every step of that process, files all the paperwork, gets a court date set up for them, and helps them to achieve that.
You answered my next question. So I have one more, and then we'll open it up for the other members. Kind of a timeline of when they come into foster home and when they go into an adoptive home or vice versa, and how long does it take before they can be adopted or for the adoption to completely take place?
It's a little bit of a tricky question because in a perfect scenario where everyone's ready, then as soon as that 6-month mark hits, and we usually are working ahead of that, right? So we're getting all the things filed and getting a court date set. So really within even a few weeks or days of that 6-month mark, they could be adopted. But sometimes, young adults who've been through a lot, or not young adults, well, some young adults too, but youth who have been through a lot of trauma or maybe even had been a part of a failed adoption, and so they're apprehensive about being adopted. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for them to be okay with adoption, and obviously we're not going to force that on any child. So sometimes it can take a little longer just to work through those challenges if the child or the family isn't ready. But if they are, it's just about 6 months.
And it varies depending on their guardianship status. So because we may get referrals on youth that are just being removed from their home for the first time, then those would need to work through reasonable efforts where we're trying to reunify with the department to reunify safely with family before the termination of parental rights process. But then there are other cases that we are referred that maybe those youth have been in care for a bit in other placements and are just in need of an adoptive home, and those kids may be already eligible for adoption. So that can be a variable as well for us.
Okay, I do have one more question.
Yeah.
So do you guys go through the TPR or this DCS, or is it a group effort?
Yeah, I think it's a group. I mean, it's technically DCS's responsibility to finalize or to take the steps of the termination of parental rights. But we do work in conjunction with them as a part of the reasonable efforts. So when they work with biological families to attempt as much as possible to maintain that relationship and keep that child with that family, we would be a part of those services. But if that does not work and they feel like TPR needs to be filed, then they would take it from there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Brickham, do you have anything? You're recognized.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I guess I'm going to start off at the high level. Middle Tennessee Youth Villages of Middle Tennessee. I just had a few minutes, and I'm sorry I'm not that familiar with your organization, so I just looked at the website. Give me a kind of a global view of your board, how it's organized, and your funding sources.
So our board is part of our national board, which is part of Youth Villages as a whole. We do have a Middle Tennessee Advisory Board that helps us to receive feedback, connect us with local organizations, give us guidance on relationships that would be helpful to support our programs and our young people. But our national board is our board that provides oversight to both Middle Tennessee and Youth Villages as a whole. And that board is actually convening today, and it meets on a national scale with our officers and our CEO, Pat Lawler.
Well, all right, go back. Y'all are, looks like a lot of good youth agencies came out of the 80s. Y'all said 1986. So initiated where? And
Oh, I'm sorry.
in Memphis. And you're currently, I forgot how many states, 23, is that right? And, but again, from your board, 501c3 organization, so is your current board self-perpetuating, reappointing itself or reappointing new members?
So I can't speak directly to that. I can get that information and follow up on how they determine. We have a chairman of the board that our CEO is accountable to, and I can get some more information on how the board appoints itself. But again, that's our national board. We're in 14 states where we're providing direct services, 23 overall states. That's when we're partnering with other high-fidelity organizations to provide our services like our LifeSet service.
Yeah, and without getting in the weeds, I mean, obviously your name probably had a different initial purposes at the very beginning than it's evolved today. But that's not really it's just a curiosity point. Now, your funding sources here in Tennessee and your relationship to DCS is what?
So they are one of our contracted, or I should say it the opposite way. We are a contracted provider for them, so they are one of our funding sources, as well as TennCare or Medicaid, or I don't know if Medicaid, yeah. And then we do have some private dollars that are also donated, as well as a large-scale campaign that our staff actually donate back to the organization. So there are several different funding streams that we have.
Is your relationship with DCS contracted multi-year on a facility by facility or on a service level contract?
I believe it's a service level contract. So we do have several contracts based on the service, and I do believe it's a multi-year contract as well.
For instance, for our Intercept program, we have a partnership with the Department of Children's Services to serve young people that wouldn't qualify under the Medicaid standard for that service. So it allows for us to provide intensive in-home services for youth that are maybe private insurance, uninsured, wouldn't meet the behavioral criteria, but there is risk for them to be removed from the home, either in acute hospitalization, detention, residential treatment, or foster care. So that's a funding stream for that program in addition to Medicaid. Our LifeSet program really is a partnership with the Department of Children's Services, and then we've raised some philanthropic dollars to support that program as well. But it's the partnership with DCS that allows for us primarily to offer that service to every young person that ages out. Our foster care program, all of those young people are in the custody of the Department of Children's Services, and they refer them to be placed with us as a private provider that's licensed with DCS to provide foster care and adoption services.
And let me kind of go back to be sure I understand. All the children, youth that y'all work with, they have all been identified as having some behavioral, emotional, or some issues. I mean, is that correct or not?
I would say that primarily those are the young people we work with. The alternative to that is when we are working with young people in foster care per se, where it's hard to place based on their circumstance. That could be larger sibling groups that are referred to us because they are difficult to find placement for, maybe just based on the sheer volume of that sibling group. On our reunification services and in our Intercept program, we might be working with infants or other small children that maybe have some challenging behaviors, as any 2-year-old might, but hasn't been identified as someone that has significant behavioral or emotional challenges, but there may be a parental need in order for us to be involved to help prevent those children from being removed from the home. So there are reunification cases that are primarily focused on the family unit and concerns within the family unit that we are helping to resolve.
And maybe this is really, I haven't prepared this question, but just based on that conversation, do y'all have, are situations with DCS or any agency, y'all's contracted services could, one, I'm gonna say refuse to take a youth because either you're not able to, or do y'all pre-qualify someone that y'all gonna bring to the program, the situation, or do you really, if they're brought to y'all, y'all really have to take all comers?
No, I mean, there's definitely a screening process is not the right word, but we go through an assessment. It really depends on the program. So for like our non-custodial intercept, we're working with the family to prevent custody. There's a large or an assessment process that we go through to have them meet a certain criteria, basically so that we know that our services are the right fit for them. Not so much that they have to qualify necessarily, but that we can work with them and that it would be a good fit for them. And for foster care, I mean, it's really the matching process that I talked about before. So we don't have to take every child. We do attempt as much as possible to take every child that we can, but they're not always matches with foster parents or available options. So we are not able to take every child, but we do attempt as much as possible.
And Youth Villages aims to take youth that maybe have not been successful previously in lesser intensive services. So the key to the Intercept program specifically is that, it is available and has been shown through our 3 evaluations to be successful with a broad range of behavioral issues, of family referral issues. Our age range is broad in that we can effectively serve 0 to 17. 85% of the young people that we serve have a variety of different referral issues. So our services aren't limited to only working with, this handful of kids. We really aim to work with young people that maybe have not been a fit or been successful in lesser intensive services.
Let me throw one last question, just because just always another curiosity. It was 14 states?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason you're not in the other 38? Are there similar youth village type organizations doing those services in those states, and therefore you're not feel like you've got all you can say grace over? And
well, part of our goal and part of our organization's goal is to help shape the way that the child welfare system works. And part of that is by gaining evidence in programs like our Intercept program and our LifeSet program, so that we can show that there is research that proves that these services are effective. So I mentioned that 14 of those states are direct service states. So that's where Youth Villages directly is providing, like our LifeSet program, for example. In those additional states, those are states where we have identified, or other high fidelity providers have identified, that they would like to serve their young people through the LifeSet program with our oversight in ensuring model fidelity. So we identify those partners where they already have the infrastructure on the ground, say in, New York City. And so they have that infrastructure there, but have recognized that this is a program that there's a randomized clinical trial that shows that it's effective with this population. And then we partner with them where they are directly providing the service, but we are providing the clinical consultation, the model fidelity, the interventions to ensure that they are providing LifeSet services as Youth Villages would, but through this other high fidelity, high impact provider. And that's part of the strategy to be able to serve and shape child welfare.
I know we mentioned earlier that we started in Memphis in just one area, and even just in my own career at Youth Villages over the last 17 years, we have grown significantly across the country. And I think it is our goal to continue to grow. It just takes time to build partnerships and relationships and to show that evidence and make the connections needed to build in those states. But I think, over those years, we have grown dramatically, and I think would like to continue to impact the world or the country in that way.
Just Tennessee, throughout the pandemic, we grew significantly, and part of that was that the young people that we serve typically have high intensity needs, and there are safety issues that require us to be present and on the ground in their homes throughout this challenging time. And this, I think, allowed for us to just grow. Even in Tennessee and Middle Tennessee, I believe we saw 9 to 10% growth in serving families throughout, because we were able to continue to work with some of those young people, as you mentioned, that maybe have higher acuity needs.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you said you're contracted to DCS and everything. Do they refer a child to you, or have they already done an assessment on that child and then refer to you?
For foster care specifically, when a youth enters care, they're completing some assessment, initially to determine if there's an appropriate kinship option, but then they're also completing an assessment to determine what level of care they need. So we typically provide treatment or therapeutic foster care. So when there have been identified either behavioral issues or traumas that indicate that that young person would need therapeutic or treatment foster care, we then receive that referral from the Department of Children's Services. And it comes through our dedicated placement staff that are on call 24/7, because we definitely get those calls 24/7, and then determine if we're able to place them.
I was just wondering if they had already done an assessment to determine and then decide that they either refer to you for the clinical services. It sounds like it's more on that end, the therapeutic end.
Yes, it is.
And also on the foster parents, are you recruiting, are your numbers for recruiting foster parents in addition to the number of foster parents that are recruited by DCS?
That's correct.
They may be reporting the total, I'm not sure if they're reporting the total number of foster homes
Well,
in Tennessee.
The number that we reported
Right.
was
Okay.
our own.
Okay, so that number that they gave us earlier could
It could include ours, yeah.
Could include yours.
It may, yeah.
I'm not certain, but if it's total number of homes, then I would anticipate it does. But the over 400 homes that we referred to as specific to Youth Villages certified homes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
I rely on y'all occasionally for some advice, and sometimes y'all rely on me to give me some advice. So I appreciate it either way. So we do appreciate the job that you do. So we know it's difficult, and we thank you for being here today.
We
Thank you.
appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
So next we have Agape. If y'all would work yourselves up, please. And if you could introduce yourself and who you're with for the record, please.
I'm Shanlon Haynes, Executive Director of Agape.
And if I could request, we've heard a whole lot about foster care. If we could just concentrate to, if you don't mind, on the adoption. I know we said both, but if you could just kind of, if you want to touch on foster care as well, but if you could concentrate more on the adoption, I'd be most appreciative.
Well, let me just, you can see our, who does the slides? Do we do the slides? Yeah, tap it back over.
It's more that
first
computer
one.
stuff I
So,
know nothing about.
we just heard the presentation from Youth Villages, and they were very thorough, and I don't know what we could really add to that. Our agency is a much smaller agency. Agape is really Davidson and Mid-Cumberland regions, a little bit of Middle Tennessee as well in terms of our counseling program. We stretch from the south to the north in our counseling program. But there are three groups that we do: counseling, foster care, and adoption, and then also we also operate one of the two domestic violence shelters here in Davidson County, and also have a domestic violence court advocacy program at the Family Safety Center, and at the primarily at the Family Safety Center. So after listening to Youth Villages, I'm kind of like, why are we here? So but I think I know why we're here, and I think probably the reason we were asked to come possibly could be because we are a faith-based foster care, adoption, counseling
You've got it. That is it.
organization. So I figured that's it. We work a lot with youth villages. We work with Omni. We're a part of the Tennessee Alliance for Children and Families throughout the state. So we're connected with all of those other partners with DCS, and so that's a big part of what we're involved in. We're all in this together. I think we certainly feel that way at Agape. So I'm assuming that, again, that we're a little different in that niche and that we are faith-based. And so you can see, I think if you flip over, you can see by our mission that that's who we are. And then flip over one more. Those are what we call our three stools. But in terms of foster care and adoption, they're both the same. And we have maternity clients. We do adoptions. Adoptions are way down, as you may or may not know, both internationally as well as domestically. I mean, there's just not as many adoptions, independent, private adoptions as there once were. We could have all kind of conversations and discussions about why that is. But we made a decision a few years ago at Agape when I came in '91 because I'm a foster parent. I've been a foster parent for 16 years. And so as the new director of that became our focus, a little bit, not away from adoption, but adoption was just in decline, so to speak. And it changed a great deal, and especially even within our own agency. I mean, we're an agency that's had over 1,100 adoptions since our inception in the late 60s. But we are faith-based. And one of the things that I thought you might have interest in is to see that our foster care has grown at a time when we've recruited a lot more families. You can see the number of families that we have. I think it's in that one as well. Flip over to the next one, if you don't mind. You can kind of see just the number of families that have come in to Agape as foster families during a period of time when I know foster care recruitment has become a real challenge, and not that it's not challenging for us. So, you've asked lots of questions here about of youth villages around foster care. Certainly, we could give you similar answers, but as you said, I think you may have more interest in talking to us as it may be related to faith-based or adoption, and we'll do the best we can around the adoption piece to that. And with that, I'll just open it up for questions.
I think you were correct. It's the faith-based. We wanted to get your ideas and what we could do different with the faith-based, and how would we encourage faith-based to get involved in adoption and foster care. So I'll start with the questions. So if it's a private adoption, what the timeline and the price and kind of the process that you go through for a private adoption through Agape?
Let me answer first, and then I'll let Amy fill in any gaps I miss. The timeline is if you're referencing once a person wants to adopt or make an adoption placement, those are two different questions. If you're looking to adopt through Agape, I can't tell you how long. Maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years, maybe 6 months. But if you are a client, a maternity mom, and you're wanting to make it a place with Agape, it can happen about as fast as the court will allow it to happen. In terms of costs for us, our fees never go above, I think it's $22,000, because we're a sliding fee scale in everything that we do. So our fees never really go above about $22,000, maybe 24. We may have changed that sliding fee scale a year or two ago, but definitely not more than 24. And so that's our fee for adoption. So I'm a practical guy. I'm neither a social worker nor a therapist. So, as I often say, so most of what I do and say is really experiential. And so my experience, the 9 years at Agape, and then having been a foster parent for a long time and working in that just as a foster parent, adoption is very different. We're on TV, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah. So.
Well, it's not actually TV, but it's all taped, so it's here for a lifetime.
So from a practical matter, this is Chandler's opinion in a practical matter. Independent adoption, because it's way down, all the cultural reasons we could have conversations about, in a sense, it becomes a supply and demand. It becomes a supply and demand issue. And so you can ask me questions about that, but it becomes a supply and demand issue. So those who can really, there are people who really benefit financially from adoptions. We don't. So an organization like Agape doesn't necessarily benefit, other than our mission is to provide forever homes related to our faith. So certainly that's very important to us. But we can fulfill that mission through foster care and through adoptions within foster care. So adoption within foster care is incredibly important to us. It's incredibly missional to us. Private still is. We still do it. We still have them, and we're thrilled by them. But it's not something that we pursue as we once did. Now, we may change that based on some laws that have happened here recently. We may change that focus just a little bit because we know because of those laws, that cultural shift may change just a little bit. May have to, whether it wants to or not. And so we may begin to put a little bit more, actually we already have begun to put a little bit more focus on maternity, working with those birth moms. We always had a focus on working with birth moms. But, so anyway. Amy, anything you want to say to that?
Yeah, I think right now Agape is definitely concentrating more on adoptions through foster care. I think one of the barriers we've experienced the past year due to COVID is most of the courts across the state were closed for 5 to 6 months. And so heavy dockets on judges was already heavy, is now almost a year later. And so we have a sibling group of 4, a sibling group of 2, another sibling group of 2, a little boy and 2 little girls who've all been in care for almost 3 years right now, and dates keep getting moved. And so that's not necessarily a DCS issue. That's just a backlog of children whose length of stay in care continues to just, continue because depending upon, from court to court, certain judges are the only ones that will hear a TPR hearing. So that's been a huge barrier for us. But we've also had, the thing that I truly love about our foster parents is we do try to work with birth parents to reunify. And then if that doesn't happen, we are pretty much, except for one family that I can think of this year, the families who have had the children for a year or more are moving to adopt those children. And so we've even had babies that were born, mothers that have signed themselves out of the hospital, never signed birth certificates, never heard from them again, and then a year later had another baby, and that family again took that baby. So as far as adoptions go, the TPR process is a huge barrier right now for us to really get those kids moving towards permanency. But our goal, obviously, once we hit 6 months of a child being in care, we're looking at what's going to be different for this kid. Where are we at? And we're asking the DCS worker and team leaders and people to call meetings back and say, hey, look, these kids deserve permanency. So what needs to happen? Do we need to change permanency plans? Do we need to, what services can we help the family with? What's going to be different 6 months from now? So we're always thinking about, the state doesn't raise children well, and that was never their goal, right? That's not what they wanted to do. They're here to, intervene when a child and family is in crisis. And so we're really trying, and I think a lot of agencies are really trying to push to get kids out of care as quickly as possible.
And I agree with that. And I think deserve is overused so much. But when it comes to children, they do deserve. They deserve a home, a loving home. And so that's one of the places I really think that we should use deserve, because they all deserve a loving home, somewhere to go home to, somebody to hug them and take care of them. So I do like that word today. So, but the siblings, the sets, is it because of the courts? Is that why they're still in custody, or because the TPR, or?
One barrier that we've had with several of the regions is turnover with staff. And every time one of our kids, unfortunately, one of the siblings that we have, this is now the children's 3rd custodial episode. And so every time you start a new DCS worker, a lot of times the history doesn't go with the child. And one of the kids told us recently, why do I have to start my story all over again? And this is not pointing fingers at anyone. The system is inherently broken and overworked, and there's a lot of things. But unfortunately, a lot of times when you've had a child that's been in care for 2 or 3 years, diligent search efforts haven't been documented, or things haven't happened with that would allow for termination of parental rights, right? There's certain criteria that has to be met before that can even be filed with the court. And so because criteria hasn't been met, even though the child's been in care for 3 years and we haven't heard from a parent for 2 or 3 years, legally they don't have grounds to file TPR. And so basically, we are starting over again sometimes with these children. And so several of these cases that has been the case.
We did change that law a couple of years ago that after 9 months to a year, the TPR can start. I mean, it has to go before a judge, of course, but that's definitely grounds for it.
So I know that after 4 months of absolutely no contact, there is grounds for TPR to be filed. That doesn't necessarily mean that it always happens, because there's no evidence to prove necessarily that there hasn't been contact, right? That nobody's tried to reach out to the parent, nobody's, there's all kinds of things and reasons why that doesn't happen. So I can't really speak to that, I'm sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. Are there any other questions? Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, I'm going to start off on a global basis. Give me a little bit of background on Agape. You say you're faith-based, or are you tied to a denomination? You're all kind of chartering and board. If y'all can start me off there.
Yeah. So our heritage or history is through the Churches of Christ.
Okay.
1966. Some pretty important men back in the day in the Nashville area, Miles Ezell and well, I guess Miles Ezell is probably the most recognizable name, Purity Dairy, were our charter members. He had both senior and junior were charter members or starting the organization. We began in 66, started services in 67. And at the time, it was, times were different, culture was different. And so it really centered around really unwed mothers and adoptions within that church community, Churches of Christ. And but over time, we added a counseling program, partly as a part of course, I wasn't here then, but as a part of our reach out to children, reaching out to families who were making adoption plans, as well as families who were adopting children, really in our faith related to marriages and families. Really, it was designed really around that. And that program began to grow tremendously. Probably since the 2015, we developed what we refer to as our statement of faith. And so really it's not so much a denomination as based on our statement of faith. Our board is still aligned primarily members of the Churches of Christ, but that's it. Everyone else is basically really revolves around that statement of faith. So in our foster care program, for instance, of I think the 75-ish or so families that we have approved currently in the Davidson and Mid-Cumberland, they come from I think 42 or 43 different churches, so of which maybe 14 or 15 are Churches of Christ. So that's maybe a quick. Does that kind of answer your question?
I appreciate that. Now let me follow up. Explain to me a foster home under Agape, if there isn't, versus a foster home that's just part of the unapproved foster home by DCS. What's the difference?
So I'll answer quickly first, and then I'll let Amy answer. So, and Amy's background is with DCS and with Youth Villages, interestingly enough. So there's really, I will say there's no difference, but Amy can really answer that. Our recruitment efforts are completely centered around churches. as a part of our statement of faith, it's kind of a requirement. So all of our efforts are in the church community, period. So we're not running things on social media. We're not doing big ad campaigns because we have a very targeted group of people that we're looking to work with in foster care. And so that might be a little bit different. But as far as anything else, I'll let Amy answer that part of it.
So DCS foster homes, I don't know if you know the level system within DCS. Typically, when a child comes into custody, it's never 8 to 5, right? A kid's coming into custody at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's just the way that it works mostly. When a child first comes into care, a lot of times Child Protective Services has worked with a very difficult family and has been given no information whatsoever about the kid. They don't even know the kid's birth date sometimes. So those kids typically will go to a DCS foster home. That is a level 1 foster home. Level 1 kids typically, any child who comes into care, meaning you've been taken from your parents or a guardian, you have trauma. So we already know that, right? But these kids typically don't have the level of needs that some of the higher needs children have. So that would be considered a level 1 foster home. We're licensed through a subcontract with Omni to serve level 1 as well as level 2 kids. Those are considered, the level 2 kids are considered therapeutic foster homes. What that means is there is some kind of therapeutic evidence-based model that you're using with the foster families and the children, and they're getting some extended services. We have children that are 4 years old right now that are receiving occupational therapy, they're receiving speech therapy, they're receiving individual therapy, and then they have stuff at school. So the DCS foster families, the training level is different, and the things that they're going to be willing to be able to do is different, if that makes sense. The board rate's also very different. Unfortunately, from my experience with DCS, I know that you get those kids that come in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's a habitual runner who now has a laundry list of legal charges, and if we had time at that point to do a CANS assessment, which every child over the age of 5 has to have a CANS assessment, a strengths and needs assessment to determine exactly what that child needs and what level of care they would qualify for, then you would say, you know, this is probably a level 3 kid. But because on paper they're scary and no agency says they have a bed, which they may not, they may, that kid's probably going to go to a level 1 foster parent, and they're going to jump night to night to night to night because they're very difficult to place. And so there's level 1, 2, 3, and 4.
But as far as training and policies and what we follow the same thing Youth Villages does, Omni does, Camelot does, any other DCS does. Those policies are in place. Those children are referred into our care. So by law or by requirement, we follow those same things. So the training is the same, and at least the same elements are there. And it may be different. We may emphasize some things. I don't know if you didn't ask me this question, but I like to think that one of the things that's very different. I've been a DCS foster parent. Amy's currently a DCS foster parent. I've been a foster parent in Georgia for 8 years. What's maybe a little different for us, and you also asked a question earlier, sir, about funding. So we raise money. We raise money. We'll raise $2 million this year to support our programs. And so we have some ability to pour into our families, to pour into those who are committing to foster care. But I would also say we have the ability to pour in to these children's families. Reunification is our goal. One of my big campaign or my big fundraising speeches is, if you're interested in the child, you have to be interested in the biological parent, because ultimately that's the end goal. 53%, 54% of the time in the state of Tennessee, that doesn't work out. It does work out. 24 to 25% of the time, it doesn't work out. But we still we have to be committed and focused on those biological parents.
I appreciate all that background. Certainly, I was going to ask you about the 54% that, and you said 24% didn't
So if you look at just the
I'm trying to figure
data,
out
I
the-
think AFCARS, I don't even know what AFCARS stands for, but they put out a report, it's always about a year and a half behind. The last one I looked at for Tennessee, I think Tennessee, nationally, it's about 52, 53%. Tennessee does actually, I think Tennessee's probably closer to 57% of the children in care in Tennessee return to their permanent placement is with a family member, either their mom or dad or both, a grandparent, an aunt, uncle, kinship of some kind. About 24 to 25%, depending on what year you look at, have parental rights terminated and therefore are, their permanency will be with a family different than their own.
And the difference are people that just go for the program and never get back to the parents,
So the difference of the 20%?
20%.
Well, statistically, about 4%, any given time, about 4%. State child care welfare agencies across the country don't know where their kids are. So about 4%. About 10% age out. So there's 14%. And then you have some that are incarcerated, juvenile justice, and so forth. So that's a different category.
And you mentioned funding. That $2 million is just private charitable funding, and the rest of y'all's funding, does it come through state kind of support, counseling services?
Yeah,
and
so
such?
we have a fee-based counseling service that's, like, again, sliding fee scale. So as the fundraiser and the executive director, you walk into our office to get a counseling session, it costs us about $18. So we got to go raise that $18 somewhere. Our domestic violence program is pretty well funded through the Office of Criminal Justice. We have to raise about 20% for that. And then, so we receive, 25 of those 84 or 5 children that we have in care right now, 25 are actually, well, is that the number? How many level 2 children do we have right now?
We have 19 level 2 children.
19 levels. So the balance of that is level 1 children, which is a much, much lower rate in terms of what we receive from DCS. So, it's as I kind of joke with my staff and my board, it all goes in the same bucket, and then we have to kind of, divvy it out appropriately as we agreed to and as people requested. But so we have fees. We receive per diems from, really we receive them from Omni. Omni receives them from the state because we're a subcontractor, and then we have grants and private as well as federal and state. Well, no state grants, but federal grants for some of our other things.
Last question. If there's a top 1 or 2 things that you would change to make it easier for foster parents to become foster parents or stay foster parents, what would it be?
Easier to become foster parents?
Either become foster parents or stay as foster parents. In other words, the people that opt out of becoming foster parents or don't become foster parents, what hurdles or what changes of the foster parenting system would y'all advise if y'all had to make it easier for y'all to recruit foster parents and keep them?
I'll let her answer most of that question, but I'm going to say keep. I'll answer that one. Our team does an incredible job there, and part of it I think is because of why our foster families come to be foster parents to start with, and so within our foster families there is this camaraderie that exists. There is a camaraderie that exists, and so our team is great at fostering that camaraderie. And so you think about anything that you're in, whether you play on a football team or a baseball team, you're in a fraternity or whatever. There's sort of this acceptance, and there's sort of this, we're all in this together kind of thing. Well, that really is a strong bond among foster families, but you have to really, emphasize that. And our team does a really good job of that. The other thing that I would say I think that's really been helpful in retaining is we put a lot of focus in our training with our foster families. Again, we're training the 10 key that you heard about earlier, I think, from somebody. I was watching a little bit of this morning. We do the same thing. We train the same way. We train on the same stuff. We got the same modules. We train the same thing. But there is an emphasis in our organization because we're recruiting out of a church community. There is an emphasis that we give to our foster families. You have resources in your church. Go find them. People want to help. They probably don't even know you're doing it. You're a missionary in your own home. Have them bring you up front like they do the missionary that goes to Haiti or Venezuela or wherever it is, and have them pray over you just like they do them because you're a missionary in your own home. And so we build this camaraderie, this group, this wraparound with our foster families. It really, because we don't lose many foster. About the only time we lose foster families is when they adopt. So that's when we lose. Now I'll let Amy answer a little bit more about, I say I let, Amy tells me what to do most of the time, but.
One thing I would say, if you think about the most vulnerable and high-risk children in your communities, those are children that are in foster care, right? They're the children in foster care. And unfortunately, you would think those children are receiving the highest level of care and services that any child could get. That is not my experience. My experience is that it is very difficult to access services for children. It takes months sometimes to be sitting on a waiting list. Even in Davidson County, that is resource rich, it is impossible to get a medication management appointment immediately. It's impossible to get any kind of family therapy immediately. I actually just spent half of my day with my own foster child at Vanderbilt. And I'm sorry, goodness.
It's been a rough morning.
The level of care kids in care get is not adequate from a service provision. I'm not saying the state of Tennessee. I'm saying children in care deserve better than what we're giving them.
And so that makes a real hardship on foster families.
But I mean, is that because of getting appointments, you have to get pre-approved ahead of time to qualify, or what's causing the lack of appointments? Is the private sector saying, I don't want to take any public?
Yeah, so every kid that comes into care automatically, their insurance now is TennCare Select. The best of the best providers don't want to make $43 where they could be charging $200. Oh, and guess what? We're not going to get paid for 3 years either. So again, that's just kind of the barriers that, that we're finding.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I heard this morning they would always ask to speak. I guess I apologize. And I don't know that, there are, Joseph was in here earlier, and this is a collaborative effort, and I think you have some people in the state of Tennessee that have been doing this for a very long time, and they have some pretty good ideas about it. I don't know that there's an answer right now, but we need to probably try to find one, or lots of them.
And that's why we're here today.
I know.
To try
Thank
and
you for
find.
allowing
So
us
we
to
thank
be
y'all for coming and sharing
Thank you.
your,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you guys for having us today.
And I hope your child does well. So next we have In Slavery, Tennessee. If you guys would like to come on up and introduce yourselves and tell who you're with for the record, please.
So are we on? Good. Good afternoon. My name is Margie Quinn, and I'm the CEO at In Slavery, Tennessee. I am also retired as the Assistant Special Agent in charge at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, where I worked for about 10 years on trafficking. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Littleton and distinguished members and representatives. Thank you for inviting us to present information to the Children and Family Affairs Subcommittee on Foster Care and Human Trafficking.
According to RTI International's research brief, examining the link foster care runaway episodes and human trafficking, children and youth who run from foster care placements are a growing concern among policymakers and practitioners. A large number of youth in foster care run away from their placement at least once, and many do so multiple times. Running from care is associated with a range of serious negative consequences, including human trafficking. According to a report entitled Human Trafficking in Child Welfare Agencies, a guide for child welfare agencies, the exact number of child victims of human trafficking in the United States is unknown, and trying to determine the exact number is very difficult. The number of exploited children or children at risk for exploitation varies widely from source to source, often due to differences in definitions and methodologies. However, data examined from Florida, Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin found that almost half of 17-year-olds in foster care had run from foster care at least once, and the same percentage had also run from specialized foster care placement, which is a model used for youth with emotional or behavioral issues. Girls, children of color, and LGBTQIA youth run more frequently from placement. According to RTI, as many as 1 in 6 youth experience sex trafficking victimization during a foster care runaway episode. That same study or same statistic is also quoted by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. A recent study analyzed administrative data on nearly 37,000 youth aged 10 or older with at least one foster care placement in Florida between the years of 2011 and 2017. This study found that approximately 7% of youth had a human trafficking allegation during a runaway episode. Over 37% of those youth ran from care more than 10 times before experiencing recorded human trafficking victimization. For 70% of those youth, the first human trafficking allegation occurred during a foster care runaway episode. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, a societal and environmental issue risk factor is involvement in child welfare and juvenile justice systems. A family risk factor includes homelessness and unstable housing. And an individual risk factor is a lack of supported family or adult figures. A triggering event which places Tennessee's children into placement creates vulnerabilities for those children. Multiple placements over a short period of time lessens the opportunity of attachment or relationship building. According to childwelfare.gov, a background of abuse and trauma, coupled with impermanence of foster care or congregate care, can make children in and out of home care especially vulnerable. Children in foster care or other types of placement may not be having their basic needs met or have any emotional or familial connections with which to rely. These increase vulnerability and susceptibility to a trafficker's strategies and tactics. In order to try to break the cycle of placement, runaway, and high-risk behavior, In Slavery Tennessee is engaged with DCS to deliver evidence-based prevention programming to youth who exhibit behaviors which may increase vulnerability. The program is new this year, and there's not enough evidence or data to determine the long-term success of this type of programming, but it does show promise. As effective as the programming itself is, there's also value in the relationship that develops between the ESTN staff member and the youth. The ideal modeling of the adult-child relationship is an intangible positive result. ESTN, because of its nonprofit status, may engage with clients over long periods of time and can increase or intensify service delivery based on the client's needs as they ebb and flow. The ESTN model of care may provide a degree of stability for youth who are experiencing multiple placements. In fact, some youth will contact their ESTN care coordinator prior to running or while out on runaway because of the nature of the relationship. Community-based services like ESTN are in a position to continue wraparound services while the youth are in secure facilities, living with family or non-family. Data and statistics, reports and research are incredibly important to provide scope and scale of the problem. But each stat represents a human life. ESTN's Director of Survivor Care, Kelsey Mize, is alongside me today to provide a survivor lens to today's testimony. Kelsey?
So Margie's kind of touched on the statistics nationally when it comes to foster care and the intersection of trafficking. And now I want to bring a few examples of what we've seen with the survivors that we serve. To start, I want to share a quote from a survivor. Being in foster care was the perfect training for commercial sexual exploitation. I was used to being moved without warning, without any say, not knowing where I was going or whether I was allowed to pack my clothes. After years in foster care, I didn't think anybody would want to take care of me unless they were paid. So when my pimp expected me to make money to support the family, it made sense to me. Most of the youth we serve are or have been in foster care. Often these youth have experienced extensive trauma, both in and out of the foster care system, ranging from neglect, family separation, abuse, addiction, and family violence. One of our minors, Sarah, was removed from her parents' custody at the age of 6 and placed in foster care due to their active addiction. She was placed in the custody of her grandmother along with her siblings. Her grandmother began selling her at the age of 6 to older men to pay the rent and other bills. Her grandmother threatened to begin sexually abusing her younger siblings if Sarah told DCS or anyone else what was happening. In order to keep them safe, Sarah kept quiet. By the age of 12, she began acting out and was removed from her grandmother's custody and placed in multiple other foster homes before ending up in a level 3 lockdown facility. This is where she was identified as a trafficking victim and began receiving the therapy and support from in-slavery, and she was finally able to address the years of trauma that she faced. Sarah completed her time at the facility, but then had to wait for an appropriate step-down placement, and so she was forced to stay at this level 3 lockdown facility for an additional 9 months. Every time we met, she would tell me how her only wish was to find a family who would love her. Sarah's story is not uncommon, and we frequently see youth stuck in less than ideal placements while waiting for other options, or see youth thrown into options that are not appropriate and where they're not always set up for success. There are very few therapeutic options for trafficked youth in the foster care system, and most foster families are not equipped to deal with the level of trauma that a trafficked youth has experienced, which often means multiple placement for these youth, which is not only disruptive, but makes it difficult to establish safety and stability. For example, we currently have a prevention curriculum that we do with high-risk youth who have a suspected trafficking history. This curriculum is only 6 weeks long, and yet we've had multiple youth placements switched before we're even able to finish the group. We try our hardest to track down these youth, but it can be difficult, especially when foster families are not engaged or we're unable to connect with the DCS worker. Unfortunately, with placements scattered across the state, high DCS caseloads, and new foster families, it can be difficult for us to remain in contact with these youth when they switch from placement to placement. With every new placement comes the potential for new traumas and increases the risk status for a child to run away. Anna was a frequent runner. She began to run away from home beginning at the age of 12 due to sexual abuse by a family member. This eventually led to her being removed from her family's custody and placed into foster care. There, she ran away from every placement she was put into. Each time, she was running to the same place, her much older boyfriend, who was also her trafficker. She met him online, and he groomed her, making her feel loved, seen, and understood. He preyed on her vulnerabilities and abuse history and used it to manipulate her and create a false sense of safety. Every new placement, no matter how safe or stable or promising, was doomed to fail because she believed that he would give her the worth and love that she was missing. No one understood why she continued to run, and until in-slavery encountered her in a level 3 lockdown facility, no one realized that she was being trafficked. Having Anna meet with somebody at in-slavery who understood her trauma allowed her to shed the shame she was carrying and begin to accept healing and hope. Often the survivors we work with have slid under the radar for years. Their trafficking occurred in and out of the foster care system, and often continues after they age out if they don't receive interventions. In fact, most of the adults that we work with recount their trafficking history beginning much younger in their youth, but never being identified until they were older. It can be difficult for these youth victims to be identified, and it often takes consistency, safety, and time for a trafficking survivor to share their story and reach out for help, which can be really difficult to establish within the foster care system. There is hope, though. With specialized training and increased awareness, more youth are being identified and referred to specialized programming like in-slavery provides, and with help, we can work to provide better housing solution for these youth.
So we've provided a briefing sheet for the committee, as well as the supporting reports and documents that we use to formulate the statements that we've made today. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all for being here today.
as in always, anytime we call you, y'all are always eager to come, so we appreciate that. Could you go ahead and explain Greenman, what Greenman is? And it would go for foster care, for students in school, well, even at young adults. So if you could do that, please.
I'll start off by just telling you that exploiters, child pedophiles, traffickers will seek out a vulnerability within a child, and that vulnerability could have to do with early childhood sexual abuse. It could have to do with poverty, drug abuse or drug history in the family, domestic violence in the family, mental health issues. And once they begin to exploit that, and some of it can be in neglect, once they begin to exploit those vulnerabilities, there's a period of time that ranges from a few hours, a few days, to a few months, where they will begin to isolate that person from their family, from their support networks, if there are any. And again, when there are no support networks for a youth who are in foster care or congregate living, a lot of times that it speeds up. That happens quicker and quicker. But they will begin to isolate that person from any support networks, convincing them that they are the person that can meet all of the needs that are not being met. When I used to go out and train law enforcement all across the state, I would tell them that, you know, if you've been made to have sex with your mom's parade of horribles your whole life, or you've got a stepfather or a father figure who tells you that you're worthless and you're ugly and you're no good and you're lazy and you're fat and all those other, you know, terrible negative descriptors, and then a person comes along and says, you're beautiful and you're wonderful and you're smart, and again, this can be very powerful to a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old. And the grooming process, again, can last hours, days, weeks, months. Did you add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it looks like these, I'm going to say men, it's not always men, there are females who do groom, but often it's men who will kind of pursue these young girls in a relationship type, presenting as a boyfriend. A lot of the clients that we work with believe that their trafficker loved them, believed that was their significant other, their boyfriend, their fiance. They will shower them with clothes and gifts and other goodies, and then in exchange, after they've kind of made them feel loved and cherished, we'll kind of set the expectations of, okay, well, I gave you those things, so can you do this favor for me? And then that's kind of when the abuse starts, and it kind of turns into that toxic cycle.
How often do you see that in foster care children?
All the time. I would say most of the youth that we work with have significantly older boyfriends, and oftentimes they don't identify them as their trafficker. A lot of times they're not going to come out and say, oh yeah, I'm being trafficked, but it is a boyfriend in their 20s, 30s who is buying them clothes, buying them food, giving them cell phones, taking them places, and then expecting sex and other favors in return.
But we do believe that they prey on foster care children and children that are abused or needy children the most. Don't you
Certainly. Those are the most vulnerable, and we listened to Agape's part of their presentation, and certainly those are the most vulnerable children in our society, or those children who are outside of their home. But I would say that also we have children living in homes that are not suitable for raising children, whose parents are suffering from active addiction or are experiencing active abuse in their homes. I was the statewide Amber Alert coordinator for 11 years and served over the Missing Children's Clearinghouse during that same time. And, you know, we have 600 to 900 children that get reported missing in the state of Tennessee every month. And we know that runaway youth are particularly vulnerable, and so that's why we talked about that during as part of the foster care sort of issue, is running from placement, but you also have children running from homes as well.
And I think we do see that kinship is not always the best place to put a child as well once they're removed from their home. Do you agree with that?
100%.
Me too. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will start off at the global level again, what funding y'all receive. I quickly looked at y'all's website. I hadn't had a chance to read y'all's full, your paper yet. But I know, if I'm correct, this past year, you got $3.5 million from the governor's program over a 2 or 3 year period. Is that all the funding from the state you receive? And then where does that funding get deployed?
Thank you. ESTN is about 10 years old. We will celebrate our 10th birthday next March. We receive funding from private foundations, private donations. We raise about $1.6 million each year to support the operations. We have about a $250,000 OCJP grant. It's a VOCA grant that we have kind of year over year. The rest of our funding is, the rest of that 1.6 is privately raised. Prior to 2020, COVID, we were receiving about a $100,000 appropriation from the state. We are the regional point of contact for the state, which means that we are serving law enforcement, Department of Children's Services, and other state agencies as the single point of contact for trafficked persons, whether that's an adult or a child. And we set up the Regional Navigator program as a result of a multi-stakeholder study that was conducted several years ago by our own Human Services Department, Health and Human Services Department. And so we act as that single point of contact. Prior to this year, obviously, we'd never gotten any amount of money near $3.5 million. We were asked by the governor in February to do a gap analysis in the state. What is missing from that state continuum of care for trafficking survivors? And because I think I had worked at the state level for so long, I was in a good position, and we are one of 3 nonprofits working as a regional point of contact. So once we returned that report to the governor, he said, "Okay, how do I fill these gaps?" And so we returned another report to him with recommendations on how to fill the gaps. He said, "We like that. Can you put a cost figure to it?" And we did. And so we received the $3.5 million. Our goal for that money is to establish a residential survivor campus. And what we want to do is serve both adults and juveniles on that campus year over year. It will immediately double, if not triple, our occupancy rate. We have a safe home right now, but it's full and there's a waiting list. And those are for adults. There's no level 2 or level 3 placement for children in the state of Tennessee that is specific to trafficking. So there's youth villages, or there's other level 3 or level 4 placements, and there's certainly therapy offered as part of those. We actually deliver the care to Hermitage Hall, which is in Davidson County and local, although the care that we are able to give to the residents at Hermitage Hall is once a week, and that's not nearly enough for a trafficked youth. And so part of our plan is to build the first 2 congregate homes for juveniles that have been trafficked or commercially sexually exploited in the state of Tennessee on this campus. And we are currently talking with DCS about how to do that, how to license that, and how to build it.
I'm going to jump around. We talked about foster care and trafficking. I think I need some water. What about immigration, illegal immigrants, and the number of those individuals that are in your program, or should be in your program, or what?
So about 8% of the clients that we're serving are persons who are undocumented. We don't think that represents the number of undocumented trafficked persons in the state. Those are just the ones that come to us, that get filtered to us. There are additional barriers to undocumented persons reporting their trafficking history. And many times that's because not only are they being threatened, but the trafficker can threaten their family in whatever country they've come from. And so getting those referrals is very difficult. ESTN is a faith-based nonprofit, but we don't require any subscription to faith to receive services. We also don't we also serve all individuals, whether they are in a documented or undocumented status. But currently, we're only serving about 8% of our clients are undocumented. The rest are domestic clients.
So obviously, there's probably a large underserved
Yes.
group that y'all have not been able to reach and bring help to. That's certainly a big concern.
Mhm.
Jumping one last question, dealing with the foster care and runaways, is if there's a runaway one time or a chronic runaway, does that child get reported to y'all to see if y'all can reach out to them, or which way does it go as far as trying to reach that child and so?
So if that child is on our caseload, we'll know if that child has run. Either that child's calling us, sometimes they'll call us on run, sometimes they'll call us right before they run. But the DCS caseworker will also generally call us and tell us the child's on run. Or the caseworker or the case coordinator will have a hard time getting in touch with that child. The current system right now is DCS, according to their policy, is required to notify ESTN or Grow Free in Knoxville or Restore Core in Memphis if they have a child who is suspected of having been trafficked. They are required by their policy to notify us so that we can begin to deliver services. And again, what's really important about that is a lot of times these kids are moved out of level 1s, level 2s, level 3s, level 4s. They're kind of all over the place. But ESTN can be that permanent fixture. Wherever they go, we can stay with them as long as there are open lines of communication. I will not tell you that that works as well as it should all the time. DCS presented to the Human Trafficking Middle Tennessee Task Force in June and said they had identified 60 children as having been trafficked just in Middle Tennessee, just in the first 2 quarters of the year, but we don't have those 60 referrals. We have some of those, but we don't have all of them. And so perfecting and or codifying a process for referral so that we can get those children and start delivering services to them wherever they are in placement, I think is critically important.
Thank you.
Representative Eldridge, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the grandmother. I assume she was prosecuted.
It's unlikely.
Yeah. She, this child never wanted to cooperate with law enforcement because of fear of her siblings being abused, and just, again, a lot of these abusers are very good at manipulating, and so some of the clients that we work with, it takes us years to be able to make them feel safe enough where they are able to go to law enforcement, because often they are the only witness to the abuse that's happened. And so a lot of times there's not other evidence, and law enforcement can't really move forward a lot of times if there's not cooperation from the victim.
So chances are nothing took place there. No, she was not.
It's unlikely.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that just 10 years on the
I-
enforcement side of it.
Right. And is that pretty much common with all, or are there situations where they have been prosecuted and or, where they've trafficked a child, or?
Yes. There are cases where, that I supervised that were prosecuted in state court. There are also 10 times that number that are never prosecuted. If you've got a 25-year-old who says, my mom started trafficking me when I was 8 or 10, or my stepfather trafficked me when I was, 13, it's likely that 10 years later there's very little, if any, evidence, and it's a he said, she said. And there have been multiple trafficking incidents after that. So that early childhood intervention, that early identification of a child victim is critically important. So all the training that we do, all the work that we do to try to identify a child at 6, 7, 8, 10 years old as being a trafficked person or likely trafficked person or sexually abused person is so important. We've got to stop the cycle there, not when they're 25. It's unlikely that there'll be a prosecutable case. But I would urge you to talk to the TBI, but there are some cases that are prosecuted.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank y'all so much for being here. I think we've learned a lot today. It's been very informative, and I think good for all of us to hear all the testimony that we've heard, so thank you. Members, don't forget that we will be meeting jointly with the Education Committee tomorrow, beginning at 9 a.m. Is that in hearing room 1 or hearing room 1? So we're not finished. We have one more day to go. So anyway, thank y'all for being here today. And do I hear a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned.